the new assessment and to provide feedback. So that feedback is ongoing and will continue to inform us as we go forward. Just a quick note about some of the topics specifically today. A lot of the work we have done has been in COVID times. And so we are particularly sensitive to the data that we brought in and wanting to do a number of checks and validations as we move forward. The linking study that we did last spring is a good example of that. Between map growth and NSCAS summative. We continue to validate that as we move forward to make sure that we are making adjustments as needed to the model. So that's some of what's going on today. I know Chris and others are going to fill us in here more thoroughly on that. So I'll turn it over to our NWA colleagues to kind of present to get started today.
Thanks, Jeremy. Hi, I'm Chris Metter with NWA. I'm the Senior Director of Operational Content and Psychometrics. And joining me today is Jungnam Kim. She is the lead psychometrician on the Nebraska project, and she will be presenting some of the plans for our ELA and math analyses this spring.
Thank you. I'm Jungnam Kim. I'll start sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. I'm Jungnam Kim. I'm introducing me again. I'm a data psychometrician on the Nebraska project at WEA. Our first topic today is a spring analysis plan. We have two guiding questions for this topic. Does TAC have any other suggestions for post-administration checks for ELA and mathematics? Second is, does TAC have any suggestion for loss and host adjustment for ELA and mathematics? For this topic, we will look at the 2022 spring test design. Then we will look at the stability check plan, and then we will see our loss and host adjustment plan. Let me start with the 2022 spring test design. This table summarizes the test design since 2018. The last row shows the spring test design. It will have the, as you can see, 45 total items with 3 operational items and 7 field test items, and also 8 diagnostic items. When compared to the winter test, our spring test has a slightly longer accountability section, while the overall test length is similar. So if we are comparing last 2 rows here, that's from winter to spring, the total test length increased from 40 to 45. The operational item increased from 27 to 30. In terms of estimated testing time, on average, estimated testing time is slightly longer than web course. It's about 7 to 14 minutes longer for ELA and mathematics. And also on average, estimated testing time is slightly less than it was previously on NSCAS in 2018 and 2019.
Jungnam, what do you mean by a diagnostic question? What does it not count for the student's results?
as you remember, we are providing two scores. One is NSCAS score, and then the other is estimated links score. Those diagnostic items will contribute only into the estimated list score, but not for the NSCAS accountability score.
Okay, thanks.
And those could possibly be off grade level as part of the logic behind that.
Right?
I have a question on the test design or on the length of time for the test. You said the test was pretty close to the same length and time. I guess
Estimated, yeah.
okay, well, I guess I teach 6th grade and I didn't find that. And what I'm hearing in the buildings, that wasn't the case. I gave the ELA pilot in my class and I've got 22 kids, and in the 90 minutes, I only had 3 that finished, and it took the majority of my kids close to 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And when I asked other teachers that same thing, asked them that question, not many got it done in the 90 minutes. So I'm not sure if Miller and Papillion are just different than all the other districts across the state, but we found it to be a lot longer.
Yeah, so that's what we're finding overall when we're looking at the design for next year. The decision to make it longer, the accountability section a little longer, is because we wanted to make sure that we are giving the most accurate results for those accountability determinations, those summative accountability determinations. So and that decision was kind of made before we were getting the information back from the pilot. What I would say is we have been already looking at ways to try to mitigate that length in the future. So we have some ideas that we've already kicked around to try to potentially make fall and winter especially maybe a little bit shorter than they are now. In general, that's exactly what we're hearing from across the state, Linda, as far as that goes. We know that the passages in NSCAS items are longer typically than they are with MAP growth, and that has a pretty big effect on it that we know, but we're also digging into the data to see if there's other areas that maybe are slowing students down. A lot of information about the amount of time on specific items and those types of things. So exactly what we're hearing. So thanks.
Are you thinking of fewer passages with more questions, or you said you're looking at some different things? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so a couple of things that we've conversations we've had since that summative determination isn't as important in the fall and in the winter. That cutting that section down a little bit, or in doing exactly what you said, increasing the number of questions or the number of required questions per passage. The problem with that is then it's less adaptive for the individual students, right? And so so you go back and forth about those types of things. And I know we are planning on bringing some of those conversations to some of our additional advisory groups as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would echo what Linda says. I'm hearing one of the concerns that will have to be addressed, I think, to win over the hearts and minds of Nebraska schools is at this point, they feel like one of the purposes of moving this direction was reduced test time. What I think people feel like now is that it's not reduced test time, it will simply be reduced information. They feel like NSCAS, they liked, if they could, I think they'd take a reset, go back to MAP growth, and then a final spring assessment, summative assessment. The concern right now is with NSCAS through year, it feels like giving the Algebra 2 final at the beginning of the year and then giving it again. They feel like they're not getting diagnostic information that helps them figure out who to intervene with the fall and the winter tests. That's just a perception, but it's pretty widespread, and I think it's going to take some work to sell NSCAS growth right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spring test design, and from here is our post-administration stability check. We will conduct horizontal equating for each grade, The first step for this horizontal equating is to determine the NSCAS anchor items by examining the ICC plus against the empirical student response. And then we will calibrate all NSCAS operational items for each grade, including anchor items selected from the step one. In this step, we will not fix any item parameters. And also we will consider excluding students showing non-effortful responses. Computes the mean, the next step is computes the mean sigma MS transformation constant. And then obtain post-equated estimates by applying the transformation constant to newly calibrated item parameters and also student theta estimate. And then we will compare pre and post-equated scores of students. Yes.
Yeah, before you move on from this slide, could you talk a little bit more about the equating and what you're using as a base year? Are you using data from 2021, 2019? What's been the guidance from NDE regarding what should be used as baseline data against which to equate?
So baseline will be the item, the year of each item calibrated. So basically item parameter in the bank. So depending on the items, it can be from 2021, or it can be calibrated before then. So in terms of computing mean sigma transformation, we will use pre-equated bank value versus 22 spring value. And then in terms of comparison at the end, pre and post equated scores, we will compare 22 spring students based on the pre-equated item parameter versus after this horizontal equating by each grade.
And so I guess my follow-up question on that would be, did you have data pre-pandemic in the bank, and have you evaluated the stability of those item parameters kind of 2019 or earlier compared to the last couple years? And it's this question of stability and kind of what's knowing that this feeds into an accountability system. I'm wanting to know on these stability checks, there's also a question of stability of the bank parameters that you have and whether or not you've had a chance to evaluate that yet.
Well, Chad, I can say that we don't have operational data over the last 2 years. So I think your request about the stability check is not available. I mean, at least before pandemic and over the last 2 years, whether it is stable through the pandemic era. So I think, yeah, I just go back to the Jeongnam's responses to your original question that we only got the whatever it is from the bank item parameter available. So I'm not sure whether NWA did some stability check over last 2 years, if some of the items are appeared in the test data, and then they check the previous pre-pandemic's item parameter. But that's what I can respond to you.
Great, thanks, Hansuk. And go ahead, Jeff. Yeah, sorry.
So is the idea that when scores are reported for this spring, you will use the post-equated results? Well, I mean, I'm trying to understand you have pre-equated items. You're going to check to see whether the parameters of those items are stable or not by post-equating. So what if you find a difference? Are you going to use the pre-equated or the post-equated?
Yeah, that's the purpose of this check. So we will compare the pre and post score, pre and post equated scores. So if it's within our criterion, we will use the criterion of less than effect size less than 0.01, those criterions. So if it beats those criterion, we are comfortable with going with the pre-equated scoring. But if not, we will go with the post-equated scoring. So depending on this result, we can either choose go with pre-equating or post-equating scoring.
Okay, so by doing that, are you going to wait until you do the post-equating checks before results are released?
Right.
Before final results are released, yes.
Yeah, okay. And do you have to wait for the entire population to be tested to do the post-equating, or are you going to try to sample and base the post-equating on a sample so that reporting of results can, you can minimize any delay in the reporting of results?
Our current plan is waiting for the entire test. So, so basically do this analysis after the test window closes.
Okay.
I have a question. Are you planning on utilizing the winter INSCUS growth pilot results for this as well?
Not directly.
Directly, yeah. The winter pilot is going to help inform. We're going to do a linking study analysis and those types of things, but it doesn't impact the scores directly. I don't know if Chris or somebody else could answer some of those as well. I don't know about it. The earlier question about the pre and post pandemic is most of the items were calibrated pre-pandemic. We did have a sample of items that were field tested last year during the operational test, and those are going to be continue to be checked as they're used going forward. We're not just going to rely on those COVID-21 results to necessarily calibrate those items by themselves. We'll continue to do the checks on that.
Okay, because I know like on the math pilot, there were some issues with that, like doing them on iPads. Kids were getting frustrated. Like if they were supposed to round, they could only put 2 digits in. Like if they were supposed to round 382 to the nearest hundredth, they could only put in 38. They couldn't, put in a 3-digit number if they needed to. Backspaces wouldn't always work. They found the numbers couldn't be entered twice. Like if you had to type in 22 or the digit 2 couldn't be entered twice. I don't know if you've heard about those issues from schools.
Yeah, we have, and in most cases, those have already been addressed or will be addressed before the spring assessment.
Okay.
Districts did a good job of providing feedback and information along that line.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, and then next step is the loss and host adjustment. Last year, 2021 NSCAS testing, we observed that there were a larger than expected number of students who received the minimum scores, which is loss +2. From further investigation, we found that those students receiving the loss +2 scores have a median low score of 4 points, which is a lot lower than the general population. And also their testing duration is shorter than the general population. Considering the test would have been delivering progressively easier and easier items. It suggests non-effortful responses that do not reflect the students' true ability, especially when combined with the unusually short testing times. So we think lowering the lows might be helpful in differentiating effortful but low achieving students from those with non-effortful response patterns. The next step is scoring. We already mentioned this. Scores will be provided after evaluating the stability of NSCAS scales after testing window closes. Before then, preliminary scores based on the current pre-equated item parameter estimates will be provided, highlighting the scores will be updated later. Once we have final scores, scores will be replaced with the final scores in the code report.
So you're going to release preliminary scores and then update them. If they're different, I'm just wondering, especially for the folks from Nebraska schools on our TAC, whether that is possibly a problem of having two sets of scores.
I think it would be.
There are several different types of scores, it seems like. One of the concerns is, as I read this, and somebody's going to tell me if I'm wrong, it looks like you'll get a preliminary score, but then that may be corrected. So the student or the teacher pretty quickly will get a score, but it looks like that will be corrected later. I think that will only reduce faith in the instrument if they feel like those scores are moving around. My understanding is they'll also get a score for classification and then a RIT score that the hope was it would be comparable to map growth. We're finding that the projected RITs, about 30% of the time, they fall in the standard error measurement.
Yeah, so we continue to do analysis between the estimated RIT and the NSCAS scale, and we are working on additional help to or resources to help everybody understand the differences in those scores. I think one of the main confusions right now continues to be, at least during the winter pilot, was that there were winter pilot norms that were being compared and then end of year expectations on NSCAS. And so that creates some differences between where students are currently and where they're expected to be at the end of the year. And we have work to do definitely in that area. As far as the post-equating goes, I would say that the expectations is there would be minimal to no changes in that. One of the advantages we think, right, of NSCAS growth is the ability to provide scores back immediately, as opposed to making people wait for them. Typically, districts would wait months, if not longer, to get results back. And so now, with the current system, teachers, districts will be able to get those results back. We said 72 hours during the pilot. In most cases, they were back within 24 hours. And we believe those are actionable data. We do believe that everybody needs to think about them as interim results, interim 3 times a year, and then a summative determination that would be finalized afterwards, because a lot of the checks that we have to do to make sure that we're accounting for COVID and other types of impacts is to run additional analysis afterwards. And so I totally understand that the field might have concerns about getting a score and then having that score change. I think a lot of that will have to do with communication and helping everybody understand, because the estimated RIT would be very stable. Even the determination around classification achievement levels, we think is going to be very stable. But we also have to do due diligence on behalf of the field to make sure that the system is stable and scores from one year reflect what done previously. And so it is kind of a balancing act, and trying to make sure that we're providing resources to help everybody understand that, I think is difficult, but that's kind of the direction we're heading right now.
Yeah, Jeremy, one consideration might be, what score does the parent get? Schools might get preliminary. I don't think it would be good if parents got two sets
Yeah.
because it might change for a few kids.
That is true, and so the summative report that we'll be sending out, that one would go to parents. It wouldn't be the preliminary one that would go to parents.
Yeah, and the accountability determinations would be based on after you've checked everything.
Correct, and that would be reflective of what's in that summative report.
Okay, that's good.
So Jeremy, are you saying that we would hold the cut scores in place then while we review how stable the NSCIS system is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so this spring, excuse me, this spring is using the established cut scores from 2017 and 2018. Next year, when we do a fully operational year for NSCAS growth, we'll be setting new cut scores and opening that up again for ELA and for mathematics. ELA just approved new standards this last fall. Mathematics is scheduled to approve new standards this coming fall. That plan for new cut scores for both ELA and mathematics for NSCAS growth are based on the assumption or the plan is based on limited numbers of changes in the mathematics standards. We have to see if that's true or not, right? Before, so that it might change if there's bigger changes in mathematics standards. But the hope is that at the end of next year, we'll be able to get the data that we need for NSCAS growth to do new cut scores and to maybe calibrate that a little bit different than we have in the past, and looking at that again.
So I guess my only question from being in the field on that would be,
Sure.
If we leave those same cut scores in place now,
Mhm.
with where our proficiency levels are we going to be sending the message to our public that almost no one in the state is college and career ready with where those proficiency levels are placed?
Yeah, so some of that, well, so the cut scores haven't changed since 2017 and 18, so those would be pretty consistent. I would assume that we'll have about 50% of our students in proficiency again. Some of this goes back to the naming of those levels. College and career ready benchmark is actually advanced proficiency. One of the things that we know is that when we do cut scores again, in 2023, is that we're planning on changing the name of that because it appears to be something that was very confusing to parents. On track is on track to being college and career ready, but oftentimes gets reduced down to that title of on track. College and career ready benchmark is advanced proficiency in the definition, but oftentimes gets referred to as CCR benchmark or just college and career ready, and that has led to more confusion than we anticipated. So definitely the field's been very clear about changing that title to make sure people know that it exceeds or advanced, and that is the intention going forward, to make sure that we change that top level as far as that goes. As far as the cut scores go, we'll have to see where they come out. As you know, when we bring educators in from the field, classroom teachers, to make a recommendation about a cut score, typically speaking, because it's a content decision as opposed to, or content recommendation based more so than a policy recommendation, that NDE really doesn't have a whole lot of hand in that. But we'll be clear about that again. We also just got feedback from our assessment and accountability advisory group about the data to use in that process. They also weighed in on other aspects as well to try to inform us to what I would say is do a better job of reflecting what their thinking, practitioners thinking in the field during this next cut score process. So.
Well, I definitely think changing that top title will definitely help. I just don't want to send that perception out because we've got a lot of kids that are college and career ready and.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I would echo what Linda says. There have been a couple ramifications. I get the aspirational cut scores. One of the things I'm hoping you'll talk about today, Jeremy, is the reason for not resetting them until 2 years in the future, that they wouldn't be reset this year. The practical reality is, an LPS did an analysis. Students have to be in the 70th to 80th percentile on MAP growth to have a 75% chance of being even on track for classification. So we're sending the message to individual kids who are in the 85th, sometimes 90th percentile, that they're not college and career ready. And so we have some concerns about the practical implications for individual students, the political implications that we're a state that needs vouchers because our kids can't do very well. When a lot of that is really the aspirational cut scores when you look at national norms. So one of the things I'm hoping you'll talk about is the reason that we need to delay because people have some big concerns about that.
Yeah, so those cut scores once again have been set since 2017 and 2018, and they continue to be what the expectation was this entire time. And so I know the political landscape has morphed quite a bit in that amount of time, but it also I think it went through the process, the established processes, and what we would expect from them to happen. One of the biggest reasons to not change cut scores this year is because of the new ELA standards and the new NSCAS growth, the whole system being in place. It would possibly happen that we would set new cut scores and then have to set new cut scores again. And so that's the last thing anybody wants, I think, is changing cut scores 2 years in a row. One, the expense of that is problematic, and the ever-changing nature of it is problematic. The intention, at least on NDE's part, was to keep things as stable as we could, and then make that change at an appropriate time to move forward. And at least that's kind of the simple explanation of it.
Jeremy, I just have a couple observations.
Absolutely.
The first one, going back to the 2 scores, that makes me very nervous, releasing a set of scores even to districts and schools, and then releasing a second set of scores in July and August. It's relatively unprecedented from the state's perspective to submit 2 scores for students, and just the potential for confusion or information getting out if those scores are in the hands of educators and they're sharing information with parents, even if we're not doing a formal score report. So I'd be very cautious on doing 2 scores. The second thing is regarding the cut scores. I completely understand the conversation, agree with maintaining the 2017 expectations. I think we need to be very cautious that we're not lowering expectations of what students are capable of doing in light of the pandemic years, and making sure that we're holding true to what we know students are capable of doing and how these were originally set and the expectations that we had. So I'm concerned, and this is kind of a nationwide concern for states that are transitioning to new assessments and trying to get information out of COVID years, that the expectations we have are going to be artificially lower just because of administration concerns with getting accurate data, students not being always in person in the best instructional environment, being out and stuff. So I think those are 2 kind of really big considerations here, especially as we're trying to preserve the integrity of our testing systems and our accountability systems.
And I would just note that this has always been, it's always been that you had to score this high. This isn't COVID slide. There's been a little COVID slide. The only way we know that is because we've got nationally normed MAP data. But the issue of really having to score above the 90th percentile to be considered college and career ready has been an ongoing issue.
So college and career ready benchmark, which is advanced proficiency, right? So that's part of what happens is it keeps getting truncated down to that. But yeah,
Yeah, that's got to change the name of that level.
Yeah, it was ill named from the beginning. That even though we took a lot of time and got a lot of input on it, sometimes even actually I went out personally, did a focus group with a group of parents around that naming, and they all gave us the thumbs up, and it was still obviously didn't work in practicality at a large scale. So
Yeah.
And
Just from my experience
Yeah.
of looking at percentile rankings on norm reference tests and proficiency, like proficiency as defined by NAEP, you're going to find the percentile ranking of students who score proficient, call it college and career ready, is typically around the 65th to 75th percentile ranking. So, I can understand how people get confused when they see an 80 or 90th percentile ranked student not being college and career ready.
And also just in Florida, we used to have an NRT that complemented our CRT too. And so
Yeah.
unless we're constantly updating those norms on the NRT, they had in Florida become outdated. So we had kids that were on average, in each grade level, were scoring at the 75th to 80th percentile, but they were old norms. And so depending on how frequently these norms are updated for students, it could be that they're just shifting a little bit higher than they need to be. So eventually we just dropped it because it wasn't providing additional information.
Yeah, MAP has had fairly new norms. One of the concerns is most people won't have the energy to give both MAP growth and NSCAS growth. So I believe, unless NWA can tell us otherwise, we will lose all national norming in the state, I think.
no, absolutely not. That's wrong, Cindy. We're going to get national percentiles every time a student takes the test, and that estimated RIT will continue to be. The linking study is very, very good right now. There is possibly some information that we learned about that it being off a little bit with the winter pilot, but we hadn't done winter study yet, and so we'll have to potentially make some adjustments there, but we're pretty confident in the estimated RIT and what it's going to provide back, and that national percentile and norming information will be available every time the student takes the test.
So you'll be able to do national norming on NSCAS even though it's a state test?
Correct, because it's this hybrid, of both, right? Yep.
And even though it's not as adaptable as MAP growth.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And I think the strategy for that is because you'll have items that link to the bank, and that bank is then linked to the national norms. It's a kind of a chain of evidence that allows you to kind of connect to the national information. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Yeah, that is correct. And somebody else that's probably not a high school English teacher could probably explain it a lot better than I could. But yeah, we're able to go back each time, and we're going to continue to do checks on that linking study because we haven't done, for instance, the fall and we just finished up the winter piece and everything to make sure that linking study is as stable as we go forward, to make sure that those estimates are as close to as possible moving forward.
So Jeremy, what's going to be very apparent to parents now is they'll receive a report with a percentile rank on it as well as a performance level score.
Potentially. So one, and technically it could have 2 percentile scores, right? Because you could do a percentile for the NSCAS scale. I'll tell you that we're NWA specifically has done quite a bit of work with parents in this space to try to make sure the reporting is as clear as possible. But I will say that always reporting can be a challenging activity because helping parents understand everything that's going on is super important. We have a lot of, and it's difficult, obviously, with this blended test as well, at the hybrid test. trying to help them understand what scores are more familiar and what scores are not. We're going to have to, we are pretty thoughtful about how to do that. As far as teachers go, we have a plan to help them understand as far as the professional learning and the whole professional development piece that we're putting in place. We continue to work on how do we help everybody come along in this space, because it's definitely a new thing to have to try to do.
Jeremy, I want to reinforce something that Christy said related to
Sure.
not resetting the cut scores earlier than you're kind of planning by policy. That is the same thing I'm hearing in a number of other states as well, to not let some of the normative impact of COVID and different types of instructional opportunities or learning opportunities for students influence how they have established those criterion reference standards. I think Cindy's point of, well, perhaps they were set too high to begin with is something you obviously revisit at the appropriate time when you reset. I think the related thing though, and I know that this kind of deviates from the agenda a little bit and what the specific questions I know Young Nam that you're asking, but it does raise the question then of how you will, what it means for the accountability system in the state, and what sort of messaging then goes to districts around that. And so I think we can get, I think we have a little bit of time to be able to maybe to include that, Jeremy, if that's something valuable, or if at least you can share with the TAC what what the plan is for the accountability system. Are you resetting baseline? Are you kind of maintaining trend? That's I think really important here.
Yeah, so I'll see if I can answer that as best I can, because it's still a difficult space, right? Figuring out how to maintain and continue an accountability system in these disrupted times is certainly difficult. We currently, Lane Carr, our previous accountability director, has taken, he's gotten a promotion and is working in a different capacity right now. We're currently looking for an accountability director. If anybody knows anybody, they should apply at NDE here coming up soon. What I can tell you is that for this year, we're trying to hold everything as stable as possible for the established system. There's a lot of problems with that though, and we understand that. One of the biggest is that we have, for example, we're not going to have certain scores in growth potentially, or growth calculations are going to have to be modified moving forward. We're currently working with, we have a working group. The Center of Assessment is facilitating that group and bringing in Nebraska stakeholders to kind of answer a lot of questions. They're kind of forward thinking a little bit more about towards next year and having NSCAS growth and what we would say is new baseline scores for next year for accountability, right? And so really we're looking at an accountability system that's trying to do the best we can in the times that we are in, and saying, here's our calculations as best we can with the information we have. We think, like many states, we would be better off if we could wait one more year before we do that, but it doesn't look like that's going to be allowable by either federal or state lawmakers or executives in that sense. So kind of doing the best we can with the calculations we have is kind of where we are in the meantime. Lane, do you want to put anything else in there that I probably...
No, you did great. You did great there, Jeremy. No, I would just, first of all, good morning, you all. It's good to see you. Happy New Year. I would say exactly what you said, Jeremy. And also just note that we know that it's not going to be perfect. And like everybody else across the country that's dealing with this right now, it's going to be a transition back into accountability, a glide path back into accountability. It's not going to be a light switch where we are back to exactly what our system was. And especially now with the change to NSCAS growth, there's a lot of questions that are added there. a lot of questions about chronic absenteeism. There's just a lot of questions, and we're waiting for the feds who put out a nice sort of template to help us think through what that could look like. And it's still in draft form, and we're reacting to that both at the state level and nationally, right? So we definitely know we have lots of questions that we'll have to bring to you, have to bring to our accountability and assessment advisory committee. And then, like Jeremy said, I'm really excited for the work we're doing with the Center for Assessment, which is more longer term, but it's really focused on sort of those foundational pieces, the fundamental things that we want in a system in the long term. And I think we can pull then from that the theory of action, the core tenets, the foundational values of what we want from an accountability system, and we can pull that into this transition year as well. So, it's horrible timing. It just is really tough timing for everybody, and it's never good to be making changes to an accountability system while we're 3/4 of the way through the school year on which a school is going to get a classification and designation, but it's where we are right now. So I appreciate the questions and appreciate the discussion.
Well, the one thing that I'll do to follow up there, Lane, is that exactly what you're talking about. To mention it as well, is that we were planning on hopefully calling the TAC back together here relatively soon, I think, to weigh in on some of the accountability pieces that we've worked towards. That wasn't on the agenda today, and we weren't quite ready for those conversations, but we were planning on having another meeting hopefully this spring to bring that back to you again. So,
and then just an observation, appreciate the conversation about the connection between assessment and accountability. I know they influence each other and one another, but I still would not compromise on your assessments and your expectations for students. The accountability system is what comes after. So making sure we have strong expectations for students is going to serve them well, rather than trying to compromise that in order to have schools get better ratings, because that doesn't serve students as well. So just be cautious as we move forward with how we alter our assessment system simply to accommodate an accountability designation, because we have a lot more flexibility there.
Sure. Thank you. I don't know, Chad, did we answer all of your questions there? I mean, that we answered your questions?
Yeah, well, and again, I think Christy makes a great point there. I know within Nebraska, there is, because the accountability system has changed somewhat frequently over the last decade, that credibility of the outputs of that are going to be critical. But I maybe just echoing Christy's point here, that the stability of the assessment system to provide that useful information on status, trend, growth, like that sort of information, if you start to mess around with those measures, then the accountability system probably is going to naturally can lose credibility, because now you've got two moving pieces, where if you can at least hold constant the expectations within that assessment system, then you can make the adjustments to the accountability system kind of as appropriate, because it does still need to be credible to the schools and districts to not have a revolt there.
Yeah, a couple of things that I'd say in response to that is that's part of why keeping the cut scores in place for this last year seems to make sense with the accountability system and where we are, and kind of doing the reset next year with the new assessment, the new cut scores, new accountability baselines, and all of those types of things all at the same time. The other thing, no, I lost that one now.
Jeremy, I would say one of the concerns, go ahead. One of the concerns has been that the perception is that the assessment hasn't stayed constant. And as we've morphed NSCAS to have rich scores, the more disparate those are from what people see in MAP growth. There were changes last year, the move to the growth model. The perception is that the assessment is changing.
And see that, so that's probably on us in communication, because the basic blueprint or the table of specifications has remained constant actually through all of this change, right? So the underlining structure of the test, even though we moved to an adaptive test, and even though we had a shorter test last year, the basic blueprint has remained consistent throughout, and we've done the checks for equating purposes that we think we needed to do, and we've been able to show that it's been consistent throughout, but maybe we haven't done a great job of communicating that out to everybody, because we have gotten more questions this year probably than previously about well, where's the new table of specifications, or where's the new blueprint for the test, and go back to say it's the same as it's been since 2017 or 2018 in mathematics, right? That's usually not, you're usually not able to do a lot of that with maintaining a blueprint the way that we have, even though there've been other changes on top of everything. Usually you're changing the underlying piece of that. So I totally get what you're saying, Cindy, is that the perception is that it's changed a lot. And so maybe that's one area we could work on the communication with. So that makes sense. The other thing I was going to say, I remembered what I was going to say about accountability system is that, so it was interesting the other day, I was getting peppered with questions about the accountability system, and I was confused by it a little bit, because what I would say is that in general, educators are doing the work they always need to do, right? They're trying to get kids to be in school, they're teaching them and doing all the things. And so there's not a lot that can be done to affect those scores. You have to do what educators always do, is to do the job they do. And so the calculations, we'll do as many of the calculations as we can with the established accountability system. For instance, there's not going to be science growth this year because or science improvement this year, because this is the first year for science. And so yeah, we need to stop changing assessment. Yeah, we do hear that a lot, Linda, and that is the hope, is that when we get to next year, we will have some stability over time with this new system, and that we're not going to be changing it anymore. So we do hear that a lot.
Thanks, Jeremy. And I think your point about the stability of the content specifications, and that really largely what has changed is kind of the mode of administration and the like assessment features, as opposed to the substance or the content. I do want to make sure that we get to Jeongnam's questions that she's been patiently waiting for us to probably directly respond to. And so, Jeongnam, I'll turn it back over to you if you want to. I don't know if you have additional slides, or if you just want to kind of pose those questions directly.
No additional slide. I just posted the guiding questions at the end.
Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of take those head on. So does the TAC have any other suggestions for the post-administration checks for ELA and mathematics? We can take that one first.
I don't.
I didn't have additional comments there either. I thought that was pretty reasonable. Mm-hmm. What about on the second question related to suggestions for the lowest observable scale score and highest observable scale score adjustments for ELA and mathematics?
Can you just summarize again what the issue was and what the correction is going to be?
Yeah, Jeongnam, could you go back and explain kind of what you're suggesting in terms of adjustments there? There you go.
Yeah, so we found about 100 students added up at the lowest +2 scores. We think our investigation says they are more likely non-effortful responses. So lowering those students a little bit lower, we try to have distinguish those non-effortful responses from effortful but low achieving students. Currently, the loss is a little bit too high, so they are all mingled together. So we want, ideally, we want to separate them by lowering loss.
Yeah.
You want to differentiate the performance of very low performing students from the very, very low to just low. So you want to give more students a score above the lowest
Yeah, so
score.
there was a lot of students at the bottom level, right? But most of those students appeared to have non-effort, right? They sped through the test in 5 to 10 minutes or whatever, and very quickly just clicking through the test. Because of that number, a lot of students were piled up there, and by lowering the loss, we're hoping to better able to differentiate between low performers and non-effort, right? So non-effort would show up a little bit lower than low performers is what the hope is by lowering the loss. It spreads it out a little bit more and hopefully would allow us to show basically students that don't care as different than kids that are trying and just performing lowly.
Yep.
Lower.
With the assumption that the lower performing kids who are trying with easier and easier and easier items are actually going to be able to respond correctly compared to kids that are just clicking. So
correct.
Okay.
So it would be more adaptable at the low end. You'd go more than one grade level low, but not high. Is that what you're saying?
Well, this is just a scale score piece about this. It just extends the scale out so that we can differentiate better between students that are. So it's basically it shows that the student that is just clicking through the test, as opposed to student that is a very low performer, there's some difference between them instead of them piling up right next to each other or on top of each other as far as the scale goes. It's really not a change in the test design. The test design is changing, right, is in the fact that after the initial part of the test this year, students will be able to go off grade level or above grade level. So that is a new feature of the assessment as well. But that part doesn't, once they go off grade level, that doesn't continue to affect their summative score, their accountability score.
So Jeremy, I'm trying to understand how this is going to be done, because the raw score, the theta score, whatever it is, may be the same for a student who tried and a student who didn't try. Is that right? So how are you going to differentiate practically, mechanically? How are you going to do that?
Okay, somebody else will have to answer that one.
Well, I think NWEA has for the assessment, we have other process-related data. So response time can be used for the students who actually took the time to solve the problem, and for those students who just click the answer whatever it is available in the option. So we have, I think, the several methods to differentiate the students for those actually taking the time to solve the problems, and then the other ones. But yeah, there's also practical consideration too, because this is related to the computer adaptive test. So some of the items are not actually to be seen for the students. The same items are not to be seen for the same for all of the students. So there's also difficulties of the item is related to this one. So that's why it's complicated. But I think Jeongnam's the point for this effort is, I think, valid. So you like to.
Yeah, so it's a problem.
So it looks like, I mean, given where the median raw score is, and it's already fairly well below even like people who would randomly guess on things, that they're not, I mean, there doesn't seem to be much space at the lower end of the scale to do much with this. So I guess if you want to make the adjustment on the loss, I don't have a problem with that. I think what I would like to see perhaps is I would almost like to see a comparison of using the evaluation or flagging criteria that you've identified to try to determine whether or not a student is putting forth effort. So again, whether it's some sort of response time model approach, or rapid random guessing or something that is indicative of, hey, this person is not even paying attention, which then is of course violating an assumption, and then pulling those out to see whether or not you would still have the same, you would need to make the same adjustment. And I guess where I'm going with this is, given some of the forensic checks that are often done, again, of which response time is sometimes used in that too, of people who respond and potentially result in invalid scores, if a lack of effort really leads to an invalid score or an uncertain score that you then simply can't determine. So it's like an indeterminate, as opposed to assigning something just for the sake of assigning it. And so the commingling of the people who are trying but get a low score versus the people that aren't providing effort at all. If I pull those people who haven't given the effort at all, do I still have this same concern about a pileup of scores at the current policy related to that lowest score?
So Chad, I agree. This is an issue. And in a way, you could say they don't have a valid score. And so are they considered non-participants? Do you get, where, this is, I don't know, there may be some other options than what is being proposed here. That's all I'm saying.
So instead of adjusting the scale to accommodate for them, maybe a different policy determination. How would it could be, because that's something different than we've ever done before, right? So in general, we don't invalidate tests. I mean, even if a student guesses all the way through, and there's significant evidence to suggest that's the case, I think that schools would have a reaction to that. And I think initially going from this is how I did based on random guessing is a 0 score or non-participant score for that purpose. Cindy or Linda, do you want to weigh in on that side of things?
I think on map growth, they have liked, and I'm not out in the trenches, Jeremy, you know that. They have liked what I understand to be the ability to, they get flagged when it looks like a student is going through too quickly. I believe they stop the test and then they work with the student and have the student retake the test, because at the end of the day, we want to know what the student knows.
Right.
And I think they do like that. If it were just invalidated, I don't know the response. It depends, probably depends upon how that's handled in the accountability system.
Yeah, so I'll come. I know, Linda, you'll have something to say. I think I'll mention this. So for the first time within SCAS growth, we are allowing for retests too. So if a student gets sick in the middle of a test, or if a student has that type of behavior where they're just clicking through, we are going to allow for retests coming up this year. So that'll be the first time we've allowed that. We allowed it during the pilot, and we're planning on allowing it in the spring. If there's evidence to suggest that the student should maybe have done differently, right, that they would be able to, but if they ask for that test to be wiped, it gets completely wiped, and then the student would have to take the whole test again. So that is a new addition, because we agree completely, right? We want valid scores for students, and because of this hybrid interim versus summative piece, we're trying to be more interim-like in that way, and so we're allowing that going forward. At least that is currently the plan. Linda?
I would have to say, I agree with Cindy that having that rapid guessing on the map growth was something that was very beneficial.
Yeah.
And I didn't see that. Maybe I just couldn't find it at all. Is that not available on the?
It's not, yeah, it's not available yet. So it's one of the things that we want to bring back. That they, map growth has a huge body of evidence to base those types of systems for their items and everything, to say this is rapid guessing versus this is not. Trying to get that for NSCAS growth where it's a mix of the two item banks is more difficult. And so it's something that we continue to look at moving forward, because you can't apply the same algorithm because of the length of passages and those types of things. And so it's hopefully something that we can bring back later on, but not available right now.
Well, and one of the other things I noticed when I was administering it is on the map growth, as the kids were progressing through, like every, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds, the test question they were on automatically changed. On NSCAS, it was a lot, you had to go up and click a couple different buttons, and that made it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it didn't automatically update for you, yeah.
So if you can find a way to do that, that would be very helpful, because it wasn't until my second day we could figure out how to get it.
That you realized it was getting behind. Yeah, we heard that. We got that feedback too. So I think that's something that we're looking at. Cindy, what were you saying?
I do think that because this is tied to accountability, it will be important that somehow the test triggers the retest, that it isn't just a teacher's decision or a school's decision, that something within the test is triggering it.
Yeah.
To take away that it shouldn't be a choice, I think, because it's part of accountability.
So we did put out guidance. I don't know if you saw it, Cindy, or not, to try to guide that, so that we're being consistent. So we were getting feedback on that. So it was draft guidance for the pilot, and we're hoping to get feedback on that from the districts, because we agree it needs. So one, the test can't tell us everything, right? Because the test it's not going to know if a student got sick 10 minutes after they finished the test, but they clicked through it or whatever the case may be. But we are trying to provide guidance so that it's consistent across the state, because the last thing we want is one school trying to game the system where they're asking kids to take the test multiple times or something like that. So one was, we're tracking all retesting to make sure that it's not disproportionate in a place, and we've also tried to put in guidance for that as well, so that districts know what's allowable and what's not. So we are trying to mitigate that and make sure we're being fair, because it is tied to accountability.
So Jeremy, maybe one option, I'm just trying to think of, rather than adjusting the scale, you want to communicate to schools the students who appear to have just clicked through the test. So why not leave the scale alone and provide the schools with the list of students who it appears they clicked through it?
Yeah, well, and they can start the other thing, that's if they notice a student is doing that, right? If a proctor notices they're doing it, they can stop them right there and have them restart the test. And that's the type of thing we're talking about, as opposed to, but your point is good, right? We have the score, the timing information on the backside, so we should be able to do that. Well, would require some checks, but Maggie can do that because she's awesome. So it's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to have to do something mechanical to identify those students, right? Anyhow. Sure. So rather than adjust the scale, what I think it has to be clear to districts just which students may have done that, so that they can make a clear determination as to, well, what do we do about it if we retest?
So what I'm hearing as far as this question goes is you're not necessarily opposed to adjusting the scale for the loss, because it's not a big deal, but maybe there's better ways to go about doing this as far as those non-engaged students go, and better practices.
Right. It's just a matter, keep the same purpose. You had an issue here. The proposed way to deal with it was to change the scale. But what I'm saying, given the issue, there may be other approaches to better accomplishing it.
Yep, that's what I'm hearing. Thanks.
Go
ahead. Yeah, Chris.
Thanks, Chad. I was actually wanting to respond to your point about the median raw score, and raises the question in my mind of, do we have easy enough items in the bank to accurately locate these kids? And for spring, we're talking about assessing end of grade expectations at the end of the school year. But as we look forward to fall and winter, I think this is another reason why we might consider adjusting the test design so that more focus can be on the diagnostic portion and getting more precise RIT scores for kids in the tails, and less emphasis on the accountability portion where we're really constrained by the on-grade test blueprint. I mean, kids aren't proficient in September, and yet we can provide meaningful test results based on how they're performing in the fall with better adaptivity.
Yeah, well, and again, some of this is ensuring that there's sufficient information on grade to meet with both federal peer review requirements as well as accountability claims that are being made. I think though that, and I totally agree, Chris, that the assessment, especially because you know where the locations of the cut scores are, that the assessment needs to have the capacity to support each of the cut score decisions. And so that, I mean, I think I would put that up front. And so if the density of the scale isn't enough in each of those kind of locations to do that, then adjusting the design, meaning having more items in that location of the scale, that's important. But still, again, staying on grade for the substance of the information. I think though, conflating the scale score adjustment and this issue about motivation for students it does conflate two different questions. And so, Jeremy, to your point, I think what I'm hearing from the TAC is I don't think we have major heartburn about this sort of adjustment, but I don't know that the adjustment alone really answers the question or resolves some of the issue. And then the related piece on that, I would say, is I think in high school, your ACT, there are criteria or policies related to test score invalidation that you may be able to model from, so that for the assessment system on the whole, you have kind of consistent policies or expectations about what that means. And then that way, schools aren't getting different messages. It's, well, these are the sorts of things that can lead to a score invalidation.
Yeah, and we've been so we do a lot of data forensics and everything on after the test. We've been very slow to do anything. One, we haven't had a lot of evidence to suggest impropriety for individual students or anything like that, first of all. So I'll just say that in general, for the record and on recording. And in general, we've been slow to react to what limited flags might have been indicated to invalidate tests, because we were trying to get, actually, as the pandemic came about, we were getting to the point where we were trying to communicate more clearly and make everybody more aware of the data we had and the forensic data that we had, and make everybody more aware of that in the field. And it just became less of a priority as we were dealing with pandemic information, to go in that general direction to let people know that, and to be able to explain why we might invalidate tests on afterwards based on the information that we were seeing. But it's a good point, and thanks for the feedback.
Yes, Christy.
So just some considerations. After sitting on an invalidations appeals committee, these are like the worst kind of things to do to
right.
and have to make decisions about. But one of the things that I'm curious about, are you able to move through and go back through your assessment? Like, so you get a passage, you can answer the 3 or 4 or 5 questions or whatever. Can you move back? Or can you only move forward through the
so starting in 2017, they could only go forward because of the adaptability, right? So because the test constraint engine needed the data from the items to be able to determine which future items to deliver, students could no longer go back and change answers. So once they answered an item, they were basically, it's locked in and they can't do anything about it.
Okay, so I'm not saying that this shouldn't make a big difference, but there were only 100 kids that were at the loss +2. And we don't know for sure how many of those were effortful or effortless.
Right.
And so I think being careful to make a big policy decision to accommodate just a very small number of kids, we need to think through Chris's point about, do we have easy enough items on the assessment to be able to differentiate those? Being sure that we check that if we do implement some type of a policy where we are invalidating tests that we don't think are effortful, that we are also looking to make sure that we're not just testing and retesting a bunch of low performing students, because that's going to be a nightmare.
You don't want that either, right? That's the other side. Yep.
Yep. And then second is, if we do institute a policy like that, how many invalidations are we getting, or how many schools are actually stopping students from moving through assessments and then making them go back and take it again? And if we see a big jump or spike in numbers like that, I mean, I think we need to be really careful. And again, this is, I know we have to solve all problems, but this is a relatively small-ish problem, given that of those 100 kids spread out over the grades, subjects, it's kind of like, I mean, is this something we need to have a big definite solution for right now?
Yeah, and I don't, that's something that I don't know. Was this, and Jung-Nam or Chris, was this 100 students total, or was this like 100 students per grade per subject?
Yeah,
Typically speaking.
Yeah, typically per test, so content grade.
Per test and per grade level.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, point is taken. Of course, if for some of our schools, if you're included in a couple of those, if you have a couple of those kids, it could have a pretty big impact on your scores, especially for some of our smaller schools. Yeah, but you're right. Sometimes we overreact to the scope of the problem. So trying to be mindful about that is important too.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point, because Jeremy, the approximate number of students per grade is still around 25,000.
Yeah, a little lower, about 24,000.
Okay.
It varies between 23 and 25 right now.
Okay. Right. Any other comments or thoughts related to these particular questions around the post-equating or the loss adjustment? Okay, if not, we're at the point in our agenda where I'm told we need to give a break. So why don't we go ahead and do that? We're a few minutes after what we were committed to. So let's go ahead and come back at 10 minutes after the top of the hour, just so that you can get your full 15 minutes. So we'll see everybody at 10:10 Central Time.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks all. Welcome back, everybody. Before we jump into our next topic, okay, Jeremy, you already handled Linda's question in the chat.
I did, yes. So I think we got that one. That is something that we're hearing. We've improved some of the functionality about uploading accommodation and information, but we definitely heard that we should be pushing it forward all the time instead of having to re-enter it. So absolutely. It is better than it was, but it is not where we want it yet, I think, is where we're at.
Very good. Okay, let's jump into our next topic then, which is the plan for the new NSCAS science.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kind of do an introduction for both of these next two topics, and then I won't have to do one between for the last one. So we're going to talk about science. We're really excited about these assessments. To be honest, science has been a long time coming. We slowed down the transition to the college and career ready science assessment because of the vast difference of differences of standards this last time when we changed to college and career ready standards. The previous test was not to be to put too much of a point on it, but was more of a glorified vocabulary assessment as opposed to a true science assessment, and so. But that was a function of, to some extent, the standards and what the standards asked for. The new science standards, those three-dimensional standards, are much more sophisticated, much more robust, much more science related. And then this is something we've seen all over the country, right? And a lot of different states are in different places moving to college and career ready or three-dimensional science standards. We also had the additional delay because of the pandemic. The year we were planning on doing field testing, 2020, we didn't have assessments at all, so it pushed back all of this quite a bit. So we're really excited about the general assessment for fifth graders and eighth graders. It's task-based. Students are going to answer multiple questions based on a series of tasks in response to that. And also for our alternate assessment too. We did, I think, a great job with our partners at DRC in putting out extended standards for our science standards for students with significant cognitive disabilities. Trying to translate these college and career ready standards into extended indicators for these students was very difficult, but our teachers came in and did a lot of work. Like I said, helped facilitate by DRC. So first we're going to hear about the plans for science from NWA, and then we'll hear from plans around the alternate science from DRC. So we have two different presentations and two different sections of questions. We've kind of separated them out as far as time and everything, but all related to the new science that we're coming up in. First operational year, we'll be setting cut scores or doing standard setting this summer for both of these assessments. So bringing teachers in to go through those processes, and some of those processes you're going to be able to weigh in on today. So that's where we are. Thanks.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead, Jungna.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jeremy. So the second topic is science. Guiding questions for this science topic. Does TAC have any suggestions for science measurement model for calibration? We also want to know that if TAC recommended by factor model, given the item development was based on the three-dimensional science learning.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh.
Sorry, I shut it off in between the break. So, sorry about that, Jungwon.
Sorry about that. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Now we can, yep,
Yeah, thank you. So,
sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, guiding question about calibration, and then second bullet is which score range does TAC consider? Which method of standard setting does TAC recommend? In this science discussion, we will present that NWEA will be assess the dimensionality and further investigate the bifactor model using the 2022 spring data. Once the measurement model is decided for the calibration, the scoring will be computed accordingly, and then we will move to scaling and standard setting. If the decision is a bifactor model, for the investigation into scoring and reporting will be needed for score reporting in the following year. New science assessment. The new N-scale science assessment has been designed to measure three-dimensional science learning, incorporating elements of disciplinary core ideas, science and engineering practices, and cross-cutting concepts. After the new item development, a full-scale field test was administered in spring 2021. After the full-scale field test, we conducted the dimensionality studies, and then it confirmed that the unidimensional measurement model is sufficient. For the dimensionality study, we examined the correlation between SAPs, CCCs, and PCIs, and principal component analysis, and also we did a parallel analysis. Changes from spring 2021, 2022 science test will be operational field test. So most of the item has the statistics, but some of the items needs to be re-field tested. Each grade will have 20 different forms, but the operational items are the same across forms. Each form will have 4 sets, including the same 3 operational sets across forms, but 1 field test set, which is different for each form. The overall test score will be based on the operational item, and currently it has 17 operational items, 18 points for grade 5, and 16 operational items worth 20 points in grade 8. This is a summary of alignment of operational items. Each item aligns with a Nebraska indicator that rolls up to standards like SC 5.8. Each item aligns with 1 or more DCI, SEP, and CCC. And each item belongs to one of the 3 content domains: physical science, life science, or earth science. Each grade has 5 to 6 items for each domain. The summative ALDs are based primarily on the SAPs. I did not include the table, but the document has 2 tables showing the item metadata for all operational items for grade 5 and 8. Measurement model. NWEA will repeat the dimensionality study using the spring 2022 data. So, which means we will again examine correlation between SAPs, CCCs, and DCIs, and also we will conduct principal component analysis and parallel analysis. This year, we will also investigate the bifactor model. In a bifactor model, many dimensions may be represented, but a given item measures 2 and only 2 dimensions. That is an overall general dimension and 1 additional specific dimension. This is a graphical representation of a bifactor model. So we have 1 big general dimension, and then this graph showing the 3 different specific dimensions. So for the nth case, we may consider the SAPs, CCIs, and DPIs, or other factors representing those specific dimensions. Once the measurement model is decided, science items will be calibrated with the choice of model, and the student's score will be computed accordingly. And then we will move forward with the scaling and the standard setting. And again, if the decision is by factor model, we may need a further investigation before scoring and reporting. Scaling. To create a scale score for test reporting, linear scaling constants, that is a slope and intercepts, are typically calculated. We recommend determining scaling transformation constant without anchoring cut scores for each grade, like the approach we used for ELA and mathematics in 2018. NWEA also proposed the use of 4-digit scale scores to be similar with ELA and mathematics, whose decision was made to distinguish their score ranges from macros scores. And also 3000 is just proposed because we currently have the 1000 for maths and 2000 for ELA. So these score ranges can be distinguished from each other. Standard setting. We use the item descriptor matching method for ELA cut scores review and mathematics standard setting in 2018. This ID matching method brings together diverse panels of experts, typically a wide representation of classroom educators who complete a deep study of the content of items and content standard, which they are aligned to determine recommended scale score cut points that falls within its achievement level. Panelists match item demands to those described in the range ALDs, or using the ALDs to identify a cut score, ensure the alignment of assessment system, and allow education to focus on ALDs during the instruction adaptation to effect changes in students' learning and performances.
I'll just throw in there, Jungnaum, that we've already drafted the ALDs, so we already had teachers come in and draft those ALDs based on the content as opposed to based on the assessment. In the past, and what was common practice is for ALDs to be drafted following the assessment. We actually did it based on the content beforehand, which is a new way of doing it, and it changes this a little bit. So that was we did that intentionally to have the content guide more of the assessment design and development of items going forward.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the ID matching method that we used for ELA and maths, and then that's what we are recommending for science too. But however, science, the range ALDs are more complex due to the multidimensional nature. That is, in-depth understanding of achievement levels and ALDs required for successful ID matching method may be challenging. So we may consider other methods like the modified angle and the bookmark, which has been common standard setting for years. And then next slide is comparing to these 3 methods. The first column is a modified angle, and the second one is a bookmark method. The last one is ID matching. The first kind of comparison is with respect to shared understanding of knowledge and skill explicated in ALDs. The ALDs are not typically required for NGOF, but ALDs are typically required and used for both bookmark and ID matching method. And then second, second area of this comparison is shared understanding of item response demand. For modified NGOF, item responses demands are not typically discussed. And empirical item difficulty information, which is a p-value, is also often provided. For the bookmark method, item response demands are identified answering the two questions in group of questions, which is two questions include what does the examinee needs to know and be able to do in order to respond successfully to this item. And then the other question is what makes this item more difficult than the previous items in the OIBs. So these two questions are answered for both a bookmark and ID matching method. The third is a shared understanding of borderline examinees. For the modified NGOF that is required as a part of estimating the probability that the borderline examinee would respond successfully to each item. And it's also required for the bookmark, but it is not relevant for ID matching method. In terms of criterion for ordering items in the OIB, no specific ordering of item is required for modified NGOF, but it is required for both bookmark and ID matching method. The last area is cognitive judgmental task requires to recommend a cost code. For modified NGOF, estimate the percentages of borderline examinee likely to respond successfully to each item is a probability judgment. But for the bookmark, place a bookmark such that best of the content or 2/3 of the likelihood prior to the bookmark provides the evidence of proficiency. So this is also required probabilistic judgment. However, for ID matching, teachers to match item response demands, the ALD knowledge and skill expectations. So this is called the categorical cognitive task. So those are the basic comparison of three standard setting methods. Based on shared feedback, we also include this person item map. The left side is the frequency chart of person student data estimates. That is from 2021 field test. So, as you remember, there's 6 different forms with the 2 or 3 task is common between a few forms. The right part, the blue chart is the item frequency chart, but that is we only include these the 16 or 17 operational items that was elected for spring 2022. And of course, there's 1 or 2 items that does not have item parameter. So the actual chart is based on the 15 items. So there is very limited item and very limited information, but still it shows that both are kind of peaked in the middle, which is a good kind of design. But as you can see here, after the bottom point and data 1 or higher, there's no item exist in science. But we will do the calibration all again after 2022 spring. So it may be different, but the trend is we have a really small number of items, and then there is kind of focus more in into the low range of the theta. A similar trend for grade 8, but we have a little bit of the difficult items at the top. Yeah, that's it. And this is the discussion, and then I just posted the question again.
Thanks, Jen. I think I suspect we have a lot of questions, comments we want to make here. So let's try to take them in order. So if we can start with just the responding to questions around the calibration and the measurement model approach. So let's start with that, and then we can move into the scaling and standard setting.
Chad, can we just start with the blueprint? Do I understand there are only 18 questions on the test? I'm just trying to understand how many questions are in each of the domain areas.
For each domain, currently 5 to 6, and we have 3 domains and totaling 17 or 16 items per grade.
So the total score is going to be based on 18 points. Am I understanding that correctly?
Right.
It looks like 18 points for grade 5 and 20 points for grade 6, with what it looks like in grade 5 would be 1 polytomous item, probably worth 2 points. And then in grade 8, I don't know how many. Grade 5, I can determine that pretty easily. 16 dichotomously scored and 1 worth 2 points, but I don't know what grade 8 is.
Grade 8.
2 point item.
4 2-point items in grade 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
And are there 3 to 4 tasks? Is that all there? Just 3 to 4 tasks on which those items are developed? Okay.
Yeah, so 4 tasks.
Yeah, I'm just surprised of providing a summative score based on 18 points. I just, maybe I'm not understanding this. You know, typically on a test, you're looking for around at least 40 points, especially when you're trying to classify students in classifying their performance into different performance levels. I don't know, maybe I'm just surprised that there are so few questions.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think in trying to find a balance between testing time and also the one thing I'll say, and this has probably come up on several levels, is these tasks are much harder to write than typical standalone questions, and so developing those takes quite a bit of effort and energy, and so yeah, that's understood that it's a pretty thin test, as some might say.
So are you going to try to report 3 performance levels on this?
That's the intention, yeah.
Because that's something you might want to reconsider given the number.
Well, and that was one of the things one of the things we've discussed is so we continue to field test, as Chris mentions in the chat, the continued field testing of items. And so one suggestion we had was that we potentially should think about doing a one cut, proficient or not proficient for year 1. And then as we have more data, that we could go into additional levels in the future potentially. So that was one suggestion we've had recommended to us from others before.
Okay.
Jimmy, I don't know if this question makes sense, but one of my concerns with the 3 to 4 tasks is whether, and even how you'll know this, are they curriculum content agnostic? So there are several forms of the test. Is it going to be a real advantage if I happen to study this topic in my 3rd grade class and I got that task, the kid next to me didn't get it? Could that have an issue?
Yeah, I think that's always going to be a concern with this assessment. The tests are, in general, are fairly memorable, right? So we know that we have limited usability on them for a number of repeats, at least, especially in year after year. I think that's a consideration that we have to be careful about. That there might be students that have had access to some of this content previously, and not all of the content is phenomenon based, and so it could be phenomena that is new, or it could be phenomenon that they've had access to, depending on the curriculum that they're being exposed to. I think it's something to think about and consider. Yes.
Also, Jeremy, this is Rhonda. I'm going to pipe in here. Based on the blueprint, Cindy, all the DCI, the content knowledge is part of the standards. So that's eligible every year, regardless. I understand we can't cover it all in those 18 points or 4 tasks, but it will be the DCI, the content. I call it the science part, the content, not the practices or the cross-cutting concepts, but the DCI content piece could filter through any of those phenomena. And so kids, hopefully, the opportunity to learn, no matter, regardless of curriculum, hopefully would be there for kids to have engaged in that content. And then, like you said, depending on which phenomena, which task they get, to be able to apply it to that. So that is the, that's what we hope, regardless of curriculum, those standards, that content within the standards is driving what students are getting access to, having opportunity to learn.
Will there be a way to check that after the fact to see if that in fact happens, or if some students do better based on their previous exposure and others do worse?
So the hardest part of that is we don't have a whole lot of opportunity to learn information on our students because of the differences in curriculum across the state, right? But we do have some information on curriculum being used right across districts. So we could probably do an analysis and look at specific content area, specific education, instructional materials being used for what we know about districts, because we do have some of that information. So we can definitely run some analysis afterwards to try to see if there is some of that. I don't know how much we can do. Probably smarter people than I would probably be able to weigh in on the different ways we'd be able to do that. It's a good suggestion, though.
So to Jeff's point regarding the number of score points for each grade level, I would agree that I think that is incredibly sparse to make. I mean, that's enough to probably make a single decision point, like a mastery, non-mastery. To provide additional information from a cut point standpoint, even one additional cut, looking at the item maps that Jung Nam provided, you can see at 5th grade in particular from this last spring, the range was really narrow. Like, you don't have that assessment doesn't even have capacity at the lower end or the upper end to make any sort of additional inferences about students. 8th grade had a little bit more towards the top end of the scale, but even there, I would be really nervous about what's going on. So Jeremy, I know we're first to be talking about kind of the calibration and everything, but the characteristics of the assessment really influence, I think, how the TAC would think about not only the psychometric model, but also then standard setting practices and methodologies for that. So can you speak a little bit more to what the longer term strategy is? Is it really, are you really intending to make these types of decisions with this few number of score points?
Yeah, so I think our intention is to expand the item bank or the task bank, whatever we want to call it, to try to make sure that we have additional items that can test at the top and the bottom of that range, specifically 5th grade, but also 8th grade is still limited, right? I think, you know, putting this in front of you is specifically meant to give us feedback whether this is acceptable or not, or if we need to make modifications. So I'm hearing pretty clearly right already that maybe we need to go back. So
Yeah, what we need is reliability, you know, the conditional standard error of measurement around if you're going to have a scale, the overall test standard error of the test as a whole. I mean, on 18 points, I just can't imagine that you're going to get, especially at certain points on the score scale, you're going to get very high reliability. Overall, yeah.
I'd love for Christy and Cindy and then Linda, if she's still available, to weigh in on this too, because I know, Jeff, you and I think agree on that, but I'd like other thoughts as well.
Yeah.
So I'm in general agreement. I think multiple decision points are going to be tough. But again, thinking about the reason we're doing the science test is federal compliance for assessments and being able to determine a grade level proficiency. Are we going to be good with proficient, not proficient? How is that going to play into the accountability system? And again, we've talked a lot about changing assessments and moving forward with different assessments, different cut points, different score points. If we are developing those 100 additional science items or field testing those, like Chris put in the chat, are we building out and developing this assessment? And then how is that going to change expectations for proficiency and achievement? And again, constantly changing the assessment again.
I get the great pressure to keep things shorter, and people I kind of don't get that comes with a cost. One of my, and I should know this answer, will science be administered in the fall and the winter as well?
No, it's just a spring summative test. It is not the through year model. It's very the item bank itself, as you can see, has trouble supporting just the spring right now, and it would be incredibly difficult to be able to support a multiple time a year assessment at this point. At actually any point in the near future, it would be pretty difficult.
So I guess my practical concern then would be, as districts feel like they can't double up and do both MAP, GROPE, and NSCAS 3 times a year, from a practical perspective, districts and teachers will really lose having much information at all about science and progress in the area of science. So that's my worry, just lack of lots of information.
Right. So districts will have access. If districts want to, they can continue to give MAP growth science. If they want to give that multiple times a year, they'd just be doubling up in the spring like they have been, right?
And would that be, or would districts be purchasing just for science?
Potentially just purchasing for science. I think I don't know that we've actually the contract isn't done for the next 2 years for that. So that's probably still on the table, whether NDE would be paying for that or whether districts would be paying for that. And yeah, the one thing I'll say, in totally understand what you're saying about the score points. The previous science assessment was super short, right? So it had more score points and more questions on it, but the average student was taking less than 20 minutes to take the test, and so it was it made everybody think that could be done very quickly, but quite frankly, it was either I know the answer or I don't know the answer. There was not a whole lot of additional cognition going on to figure out things, right? So it wasn't asking students to problem solve or do a lot of the complexities that the new standards do. I don't remember what the average time was on the field test last year, but I know it was considerably longer than where we have been.
Jeremy, remind me what the federal requirements around the number of performance levels, achievement levels. If I'm remembering correctly, there needed to be a proficient level, then one above and one below, or at least, I think there has to be, to be federal requirements, there has to be at least 3 levels.
I think so. If I remember correctly, I'd have to go back and check that myself. But we might be able to, like I said, do a short-term versus long-term piece with the U.S. Department of Ed and see if they're okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, I could see you doing, but I think over time, to have 3 levels, you're going to have to not only have more items in your bank, you have to have more items on the test.
Yeah.
I have a couple of quick comments, and I don't want to for the task developers, but my understanding is that the intention with the development of these specific tasks was to really make a test that's worth giving and an experience that's worth the time investment on the students and teachers. The phenomena that were selected, I believe, are intentionally chosen to be situations that students would not have previous experience with to avoid the OTL issues. And the tasks themselves are kind of scaffolded in a way that everyone's on a level playing field in terms of being able to demonstrate what they know and can do. With that being said, I think that's that kind of interdependence and building of the way the tasks are constructed is one of the reasons why it's challenging to get them through a field testing and data review process, because it's kind of like it doesn't work if you take 1 or 2 questions out of the set. So the hope is that we'll have more tasks, and kind of if you look at the program as a multi-year system, then we'll be able to speak to kind of the broader domain coverage year over year, as well as turning over content.
It's a great point, Chris, because we did put out there that any single test does not cover the entire breadth and scope of the standards, right? We couldn't in general get that done in 1 year for any of the grades, and so it takes time. And so we identified things that were going to be likely every year versus things that would happen every 2 or every 3 years in that scope. So yeah, it's in general, I think if you haven't seen those tasks, so we have put tasks out there that were written for formative purposes or classroom purposes out there. They are very robust, and I think very speak to the nature of the 3-dimensional standards. We're pretty happy with the quality of those, but it is very tough to get them done in that way because they do stack on top of one another. And so if you have an item that seems to not perform, pulling that out then changes the nature of that task. And so it's pretty difficult to do what we're doing, but I welcome all this feedback.
Yeah, maybe what you need is a multi-year plan for, fully implementing this program. Because right now you're not going to be able, you're not going to be able to meet all the federal requirements there are with the test the way it is. I appreciate you looking for the quality of the items. That's fine, but you can't say, well, because we couldn't get the quality of the test up high enough, fast enough, we're going to, any compromise in any way or on the scores we give students in schools in terms of the reliability. So you're pushing for high validity here, but you have to you can't have high validity without some reliability as well.
And I think knowing, knowing a little bit about what the state has been doing with respect to the work coming out of the enhanced assessment grant projects over the last 6-ish years now and going forward, that I'm less concerned, I think, about like the substance. I think like the science substance is pretty cool, innovative, and I say that with full disclosure of serving on the advisory committee now for the SIPS project. I think the feedback you're hearing is that you're working with something that is non-adaptive, and that your ELA and your mathematics assessments, which are adaptive, have many more observations of student performance, yet the content standards for science are much larger and complex in terms of scope. So it just seems counterintuitive to then say, but yeah, no, we can totally measure it with fewer things. And so I think that's part of the heartburn, at least I have with that. I just want to make sure that you're fully recognizing that your sampling plan should be over multiple years, but in any one year, I should be able to see some representation from, the breadth and then to the depth of the domain of these domains, in order for schools to not play that guessing game of, okay, well, should I be teaching, X this year because I think it's going to show up on the state test. And with all the items that you're pilot testing, I think that does put you in a good place of being able to provide that sort of sampling over time, because you're going to have this nice, robust bank, so that if you do happen to lose items to some of the empirical characteristics, that you're able to then replace them with something that's then been field tested, and you can kind of slot that in. I want to give folks any other comments or thoughts related to the the design of the assessment itself, and then I do want to kind of jump into Jungnam's specific questions. Okay. So the first set of questions were really kind of related to the psychometric model. So one of the underlying expectations for most of the testing programs, whether it's education, licensure, certification, is we have this expectation of a unidimensional underlying construct, and the next generation science standards folks threw a wrench into the works here a bit, because they have used the words three-dimensional consistently. And then again, because we're recorded here, I want to make sure this is said properly, but members of that committee, and I'll even put Dr. Pellegrino out there as one of them who said this publicly, he has said, but we didn't mean it that it's empirically multidimensional. So this is where psychometrics and content runs into challenges at times, is that, well, if you said it was multidimensional, then we're going to look at multidimensional models in order to look at that. And I think my initial observation, at least, the approach that NWA is looking at is appropriate. Looking at is the assessment ultimately multidimensional, such that it needs a multidimensional model, IRT or otherwise, but multidimensional model in order to then report scores from that. And so the sort of approach that's being taken, I have seen in other jurisdictions or in other programs. So I think it's a good starting point. My expectation or my hypothesis will be that it will end up likely empirically being unidimensional, but you will at least then from NWA standpoint, be able to then respond when people say, well, why are you using a unidimensional model when all the science people say this is three-dimensional? So I think it is kind of a necessary source of evidence the state wants to have to be able to contradict claims that you're not considering the multidimensionality of the standards.
Yeah, this is a really good example of a tension that we're seeing, right? So Because, and if you listen to a lot of the individuals that had a big hand in the creation of the three-dimensional standards, right? They say that it's all one dimension in the end because it's all science. You need all three of these pieces to do science, and that's the unidimensionality of it. But it's these other pieces. So I think that you capture that very well, is that we're trying to make sure that we're doing justice to the standards and those pieces. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that unidimensionality comes out of it ultimately. Yeah. It's a good example of a tension that's been created through all of this.
Other comments from the TAC related to the measurement model questions that NWEA posed?
So am I correct that, some preliminary analysis has shown unidimensionality, that these different dimensions are correlating highly with each other? Is that what the finding is so far?
Yeah, from the analysis that was done from the field test is very overwhelmingly says unidimensionality works just fine. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, which model, if it's unidimensional, which measurement model is going to be selected, whether it's one parameter, two parameter model, Roche model, single dimension, single. So is that the question here? Is there a proposed measurement model that NWEA is proposing based on the preliminary analysis?
I think from the report, you guys used one PL with PCM for the one parameter partial credit model for the polytomous items on both the assessments. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. The study from 2021 field test, we compared the 1PL PCM versus 2PL GPCM and also 3PL GPCM. So we compared the fit statistics there. Then we, at the end, we recommended 1PL and PCM combination, at least for the 2022 spring. But Andy wanted to revisit the dimensionality and all the measurement models. So I assume that we will do the same fit statistics comparison between 2PL combination and 1PL combination. And also we will investigate the bifactor model this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the feedback, I think, Chungnam, is that, yeah, go ahead, replicate the dimensionality study with your spring data. Hopefully it's confirmatory of a unidimensional outcome so that you have, good confidence kind of moving forward with your plan.
Is there one, Chad, is there one question on each of the assessments that's, it's a constructed response question, or is it a question that has multiple parts?
So go ahead, Jeremy.
All the assessments have questions with multiple, with polytomous items. It's not constructed. I don't know that so there's constructed response questions, but I don't know. It's not like short form or anything like that. It's not like a hand scored piece or anything.
Yeah, I mean, like just a drag and drop question could be considered constructed response, if you will. But, right. So these three tasks, each task has 3 or 4 tasks, and each task has 3 or 4 or 5 questions associated with it. So each of those questions is just one part to each of the. I mean, there's a
all the tasks have been made with at least one polytomous item, and in constructive response in that way. Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, Jeremy, that you saying that now might confuse me a little bit, because the score points that were shown for grade 5
Mhm.
were that there were 17 items that yielded 18 score points, and that there was only one item that was polygamous on that.
Yeah, for fifth grade, it was limited by the number we've had back. Could somebody else probably explain that better than I am where we are right now? Because eighth grade had more that worked for that purpose.
I think that's another, that's an instance where what was developed, suffered attrition. And so I wonder, and maybe some of the folks closer to the actual content could confirm, but if the tasks that we develop, some multi-part tasks might be scored dichotomously is another possibility.
Jessica, I don't know if you're on, this is Rhonda. Sometimes there would be a possibility where students may have to choose more than one piece of evidence. And so I think that could be scored as more than 1 point, or there's a part A and a part B.
That's it.
Right. So
Right.
grade 5, I see that there's in the operational set, there's 1 2-point item polygamous, and it's a hot text. And I believe in part A, they make a selection. Then part B, as you said, they choose evidence to support their choice. And grade 8, there are 2 polygamous items. So Rhonda, you're exactly right. It's typically, something to the effect of select the conclusion and then select the evidence to support your conclusion. And those are gaining 1 point for each interaction.
Okay. Sorry if I made that more confusing.
It's okay.
No,
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, it was just that was really helpful. I
Oh.
appreciate that whole discussion.
Yeah, I have wondered, I mean, with the analysis, given that the way that the tasks are constructed, if some of the testlet analyses aren't more appropriate, just because the way that they're kind of broken up, they're kind of clustered into item sets. And that may or may not have that may or may not have an implication for the ultimate scoring for the assessment. But that's another thing that has, historically been fairly popular for item sets, is to kind of treat them as a testlet when you're looking at it.
Chad, this is Rhonda. Can you tell me what we would garner from that? Like doing a testlet analysis? I totally agree with what you're saying, because it is a set and they hold together, like throwing one out. It's very difficult. What would we, this is a person who doesn't have as much assessment knowledge as maybe some of the rest of you folks, but can you tell me what we garner from that?
So sometimes you're looking at that sort of information to look at dependency. So sometimes the items in those sets could violate an assumption of local independence, for example. And that gets back really to what Cindy was talking about earlier. Like, let's say there's a particular topic that one particular school or one district spent a whole bunch of time studying and another one didn't. Well, if the students in the school or district that didn't have that particular topic, the level of engagement might be lower. As a result, now it's not just one item that's impacted by that, but it's this set of items that is impacted by that. So that's kind of one piece of it. But I think sometimes people are, sometimes we're looking at those sorts of things just because if it's an item set and one item within the set doesn't function well, am I able to potentially replace an item within the set without kind of losing the stimulus and other pieces of it? And so sometimes when people are building out testlet-based sorts of assessments, and you want to end up with, say, 4 questions in your testlet, you might start with 7 or 8 items to permit not only some attrition that may happen, but also give you replacement items or items that you can kind of swap in to extend the shelf life of some of these tasks or item sets that are unique and maybe memorable and maybe, passed on to other folks.
That proved to be harder in this case than it was for, say, like ELA. So if we whenever we have passages in ELA, we always overproduce items for that, because we're going to have attrition and those types of things. And now students could get any, so we have requirements for how many items they get per passage, but students might not get the same ones because of the adaptability of it, right? But with the task, oftentimes it is written in a way that it's based on that so they answer one question before they go on to the next, and it kind of builds on one another. And it was a lot harder with this to kind of, I think, generate additional content or additional items within that task to do exactly what you're saying.
And I think that risk of dependency,
Right.
Going back to just like the length of the assessment, that risk of dependency reinforces why you need more observations. Because if a student, because it does build on one another,
Right.
the kind of mutual exclusivity of the observed knowledge or skill that a student is demonstrating, if it's no longer mutually exclusive, that one 4-item task could mean I'm getting 0 or 4, as opposed to some sort of partial credit for scaffolded knowledge demonstrated in the interim.
Rhonda or Jessica, could you answer this question for me? Because I'm not sure where we ended up on this. At one point we discussed, so the students would answer the first question in a task. And then after they've done that, in some cases, they get the correct answer, so that they know what all kids get the correct answer, so they can move on, whether that is they got the correct answer or not. That way it wasn't dependent on that. Did we end up doing anything like that? I know that was difficult to do.
Rhonda, do you want me to speak to that?
Go ahead, Jessica. Yeah, I'll chime in too, but go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Jeremy, so some of the sets do that, where they're given that it's not all sets, it's not universal, but some of the sets, they are given the answer, like let's say they had to fill in a food web. Then on the next item, the food web is filled in for them, so that if that question then depends on it correctly being filled in, they have that information, but they cannot go back in the test to say, oh wait, I'm going to go change my answer to that food web that I was supposed to fill in. So that is true for some of the sets. I would say maybe half of them have that, where they're then given the answer and move through. Yeah.
And that was based on the content and the questions that the content writers felt were content dependent, right? So if they needed that correct answer to move on, then they were provided that information. That way they weren't continuing on with a false
Right.
correct.
Right.
But when you say it was part of them and part of them not, it was a content-based decision to decide whether to give them that information or not, correct?
Right. So some of the sets, they don't need that, because the next question is somewhat unrelated to that. If it's in the same context, let's say it's about the Arctic, food webs. It's the same context, but the next question might be more about a different topic, so that they don't need that. So yes, to answer your question, it was only used by teachers if we just didn't want a set of items that kept relying on them getting question 1 right. Correct. And we wanted those points to sit independently.
Right. Yep. Which I think is a new type of thing that the field isn't necessarily used to in that way too. So it's a good call out. Yeah,
I think that's true. I mean, even our reviewers, key checkers are like, hey, this is strange, they're giving the answer. And so having to prep people on, this is the way that we are allowing them to do it, so that students aren't penalized if they didn't quite do question 1 right. They may still get 2 and 3 and 4 correct. Rhonda, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think decisions about whether that piece of that answer was given impromptu versus so kids could move on these tasks are really developed around student sense making. So how are they having to make sense of the phenomena? What DCI do they have to bring in practice and CCC? And so So yeah, they are dependent on each other, like Chad had said, to keep moving through. But we want kids to be able to, in some sense making, they needed that piece to keep moving forward. Sometimes it was just a scaffold. It was like, okay, if you have the food web, you can move forward to this next piece of DCI information that's really getting at the root of how to make sense of that phenomenon. So if we wanted all kids to be able to keep moving forward. So it was kind of like a scaffold in at the same time to see who had it, provided it, and then move on. So that was another piece as well. Chad, thanks for providing the testlet information, because I do think that they do hold together like a set. And so I think it'll be really important when we look at those sets, when you brought out that point of, is there one or two of the prompts or items that's holding the set, that's a problem. And I think we did look at that. Jessica and Audrey and I went back and zoomed on through some of the, through the tasks and the field tests to say, like, why, like this one, what was going on with it? Because then that will, instead of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, we can just fix the pieces and go back in and field test those items within the set to give us a really strong set that that students will be able to show us evidence of what they know and can do. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Rhonda, if you're, as you are potentially exploring different models for how folks do that, there's a lot of stuff within like the licensure and certification space, particularly the AICPA for the CPA exam, the architects for their licensure exams, and a lot of the medical, or shouldn't say a lot, a reasonable number of medical programs will do things related to like diagnosis and treatment planning, where they may provide multiple pieces of information that then lead to a diagnosis or a decision. And then once items related to that are answered, there's kind of a firewall that gets set up that then the candidate is then given, kind of like the example you provided, they're then given the answer, given like, well, here was the diagnosis. Now, how would you design the treatment plan for it? Or how would you monitor the treatment plan or something in order so that they're not penalized for getting the incorrect diagnosis. But yet, there is some dependency within those components just because that's what happens in real life, right? If you're involved in a science experiment and you make an error in step 2 of an 8-step process, it can have this cascading effect on the outcome, the inference, the conclusions that you're drawing. And then all of a sudden you get saccharin.
Thank you.
So, okay. Any other comments, questions related to the dimensionality questions? If not, we can move to the standards. I think that was the next set of questions on that. The score.
Scaling.
Yeah. Do you have any opinions about this? I think the scale is the next question.
Yeah.
And this one is interesting. I'll tell you, since we brought this up and we're interested in if you have any opinions about this, because that I had mentioned that we had taken some standard setting information to the assessment and accountability advisory group that we have. And they came back and said, put them all on the same scale because it's confusing everybody when they're at 2000s and 1000s and 30,000s and all of this stuff. And so they said that actually it's causing more confusion. So I'm interested to see what this group says about should we be using 3000s or should we be doing something different with the scale?
You're saying to use a different, or ELA and math, they have the same scale range, the same numbers?
They don't. The ELA has I think using 2000s, math is using 1000s, and part of that was done, it's a 4-digit number. Specifically, it was meant when we went to when NWA got the contract, we did that because we didn't want it to be confused with the RIT score that districts were commonly using in their interim programs, right? And so, but I don't know, we might have created more problems than we solved once again.
So I'm just trying to understand the question here, because ELA and math have different scales, right?
Correct.
So the question is, should the science scale also be different and different from one grade level? Help me understand the question again, because I'm a little confused.
So I think that we were just wanting to see if that TAC had any recommendations around the scale, if we should be doing something similar or not. I don't know if anybody else can clarify any better for me.
Similar to what? And
So I have a question. So are we saying that all the ELA scores are in the 2000s? So if it starts with a 2, you know it's an ELA score. Does the hundreds digit have any significance? Does it relate to a grade level and move it forward? And so you're saying math starts at the 1000, ELA starts at the 2000, science is going to start with the 3000.
Would start with the 3000. One of the problems is actually they don't have the same end point, which is somewhat problematic because you don't know how close. So it doesn't go from say 1000 to 2000. It has a different scale. I'm gonna stop and see if, because it looks like Chris or somebody else might want to fill in information there.
I don't have much to add. I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense to have them easy to distinguish, right? So you're not confusing your or drawing any kind of weird inference about the comparability of scores across subjects.
Correct, right. So that was the intentionality behind it, is that you weren't comparing a math score and a ELA score and trying to decide which one you were better at or not as good at, or whatever the case may be.
So, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think what happens sometimes, though, is a parent is still trying to figure out, is my child better at math or are they better at English?
Right.
And so they just think 3,500 is the center for both of them, and that may not be true. There's somewhat a similar problem with the ACT in that the
writing score,
there are differences, and you have to look at what the national or state averages are to get a sense of what's stronger or weaker. You can't compare straight across.
Yeah, and we try to add that information to whatever score reports or whatever, but it's complicated, right? Because it's there's a lot of information going on. It might have standard error of measure around it or whatever the case may be, with some whiskers and those types of things. But all that information, the more you add to it, the more complicated it gets, even when you're simply trying to help people understand, right?
Jeremy, all the programs
I think the question for me is, because I'm thinking a parent perspective, as Cindy was talking, the question is having different ranges and having different thousands for each subject more confusing for parents, since the ranges are different and the 1,000 number? Or how do we make it easier for parents to understand? Is there a way we can do that? I guess because two things are moving. The range is different for each subject area, and the 1,000 number. And we meant that to be helpful, so that, like Jeremy said, we weren't comparing. But I guess that's the question. Like, is two moving parts too much? The range is different. So then what? Well, if we put them all on one scale, not one scale, but between 1,000 and whatever, because the range isn't the same. This is me questioning.
Right, but you could, Rhonda, you could change it so the scale, the range was the same, right? I mean, that's the thing about scales, is that a lot of times you can do quite a bit with scales when you're working with them. So
because, like Cindy said, if I get a 3,500, so then that, to me, that's like in the middle. So is 2,500 mean the same thing in math? And if it doesn't, as a parent, I'm confused. So right. You can tell I'm already confused, and I work in the assessment office. So I think that's what the question is. Should we get the range?
Go ahead, Jeff. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, just based on my experience, and I've worked with a number of programs, Massachusetts, Park, we tried to use the same scale for every subject area and every grade level. We made the cut score for proficiency the same across all the assessments, grade levels, and content areas, so that, you know, if it's a 3,500 is proficient, it's proficient across the board, and it's not confusing the parents. Now, it's sometimes hard to get the range to be the same on every test.
Right.
And the number of cut scores you have and the way you know, try to do the transformations, you may need
Sure.
to have one of the levels float. In Park, I think we had one of the levels float. So, but the proficient, you know, the cut scores for approaching proficiency and proficiency were the same for every test.
Yeah, see, we didn't do that because we did a vertical scale. So all of the grade levels are on one scale, so that and the cut scores are at different points for each grade on that scale for ELA and for math. And so so we didn't do that specifically so you could see growth throughout those. But science is also different because we only are doing the 5th and 8th grade, right? So we don't have continuous grade levels being assessed. So and I think that maybe was what some of our feedback was getting at, is that it's hard to know if you just look at a score right now with our current scales for ELA and math. If you don't have additional information, you don't know what that means necessarily by itself, right? I mean, you have to have all of the other information along with it. So it's hard to interpret with just a scale right now. So I think that's good feedback and helps, I think.
Yeah, I am worried that parents are confused. And at the end of the day, if they're too confused, they will begin to discount our assessments. And that is my real fear at the end of the day.
Right.
Because not only are they going to have the different scales, they've also got, if I'm correct, the accountability scale score, and then they have the growth RIT information as well. And with all of that information going on, I think if it gets too confusing, parents will just quit reading it.
Okay.
I think it's a little weird, but if you're already using the 1,000, the 2,000, going with the 3,000 makes sense. If everything's on a vertical scale for ELA and math, that also makes sense. The concern I would have with science is making sure that even though it's not on a vertical scale, because it's only 5 and 8, that the 8th grade scores are higher than the 5th grade scores. So that at least makes some kind of sense. And then with respect to parents being confused, parents are generally confused unless you just tell them your kid's proficient or not proficient. And so providing context on the score reports, I think, is more important. This is where the state average is, national or district average, school average, where your kid was last year, where your kid is this year. So generally confusing, a little weird, but I think you can make it work.
Okay.
Well, a 3,000 point.
Yeah, and this is kind of going, I should have pointed out too, is that we're trying to make science decisions knowing that we're also potentially changing ELA and mathematics and doing new cut scores with that next year. So potentially we might want to make changes to what we're doing this year in anticipation of them all being similar after we get to that new place next year.
So I wanted to go back for just a moment to something that Jeff mentioned, and that is anchoring on the scale score, anchoring where the cut scores are. Even if the underlying cut scores change, anchoring where the cut scores are. Again, posing to kind of members of the TAC on this, is that something that you would recommend to the department or not? Or would you allow each of the ELA, math, science to, even if it starts with a different number, 1, 2, or 3 for the thousands, would you still anchor the scaled cut scores to be the same for proficiency or advanced proficiency within each of those?
That's been my experience, Chad. And, like I said, you may not be able to anchor every cut, depending on how many cuts you have and the way you do the transformation, but the extent to which you can build an understanding of the general public is, here's a score that means proficient. I think the better off you are.
So I generally agree with it. I think it's really challenging though on the vertical scale, because then you have to make the hundreds digit mean something and then the tens digit mean something else. So, this is math, grade 5, proficient is at 50 points. And so I think that's going to get really challenging. I think especially with science, given the limited number of score points that we have and how that's going to fluctuate quite a bit too. And if they're adding or developing out science a little bit further. So I agree with it. I like it. I just think kind of the weirdness and the vertical scaleness of it makes that a lot more challenging.
Yeah.
Well, the vertical scale throws a monkey wrench into it a little.
So I just wanted to say, Linda, I get your message there. So one of the questions we asked that group too is if we should divide into additional categories or if we should stay at 3 so that you could see more movement potentially between the scores. Of course, based on the conversation we've already had with science, it's not enough to do. We need to look at that design anyway, but should we be dividing into more categories for proficiency so that you can see more movement between groups is a question that we asked that group as well.
I just think about it in terms of when I'm in my PLCs and we're going over our map data, that we're looking at closing that gap from red to orange to yellow to green to blue. And the more levels we have, then you can see,
some of that movement over time. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a good thought. Thanks.
So I'd like to transition then and kind of shift into the standard setting part of the discussion. And I think maybe to preference any discussion of methodology would just be for the department, given where you are this spring, knowing that the assessment is intending to potentially change based on some of the feedback we've talked about, but also just because as you build the item bank out, you'll have more options for things. Does the state need to do standard setting in summer 2022, or is that something that you can hold on for a year?
So my understanding is that we need to do it because we've been without a science assessment for some time now. We got a waiver from U.S. Department of Ed to not give 2 assessments in 2020. Of course, we didn't give any assessments because of the pandemic. They extended that to 2021. I know they're expecting us to set cut scores, and from my understanding, they didn't allow states to push that off. Even in last year for 2021, they made states that were supposed to have cut scores proceed with cut scores and then do a verification. They recommended doing a verification the following year. So I would assume that they would have the same sort of response to us of the idea of pushing it out would probably not be okay. They would probably make us do it and then do some sort of verification the following year. So it might be that we need to come up with that plan and then propose that to US DOE as a way forward. I don't know. And that's my quick take on it.
Okay. So, all right. So with an assumption that you may need to do this, the follow-up question would be, and this is where maybe if you feel that you have to do it, going to US DOE on this is, would you be permitted to set kind of a proficient, not proficient determination in this first year before building out any other cuts that you may want to put into the system? Again, I'm a little nervous about setting multiple cut scores on the current number of score points you have.
Yep. Understood. Yeah, yep.
Would agree.
And I do think, Jeremy, that the approach of setting almost like an interim cut and then following up with the validation where you anchor off the, either the cut or the cuts that you establish interim is something that I know at least 2 or 3 states have kind of taken that approach, because for whatever reason, a lot of folks were kind of, I guess because of next gen, but right, they were redesigning science assessments kind of right as the pandemic hit. Right. And so a lot of folks are in the same boat on this subject area, at least.
Yeah, it was very common to be right in the middle of setting new standards for the next generation or the college and career ready science, and so a lot of people were in that situation, and you know, a lot of them even tried to push back a little bit with USDOE and did not get very far as that goes. You know, obviously we probably be in a better position had we been able to field test in 2020 like we had planned, because we'd have a whole extra year of field testing under our belts at this point in time. But so we'll take this back and look at what we can do for as far as the design and the score points, and then present a plan to move forward. Is there any feedback from TAC right now as far as should we continue with the ID matching method? That's kind of our perspective because of the ALDs, because of the principled design approach that we kind of had taken and using with the ALDs, because they've kind of been able to, well, actually all of the tasks have been designed off of those ALDs now, even the formative tasks that we've released to the public and for schools to use have been based on those ALDs. Or do we think it's better to use like an Angoff or a bookmark method? Or do you have, or does it matter to you?
Well, the method, I guess I'm not real clear on this. Will the method impact the outcome, the method we choose?
It can, right? And I don't know, there's somebody probably better at so it shouldn't have big impacts on it, but it can. So I don't want to speak to this because I don't know it well enough. Can anybody else speak to that general question?
So in general, methodology will influence recommendations from a panel because there are different underlying assumptions, different cognitive tasks, different types of feedback data that may be presented. I have a lot of opinions about standard setting in general. And so I want to actually be quiet and give the rest of the TAC an opportunity to ask questions and offer their experiences and suggestions.
I guess I just don't know enough to know which method. I mean, it gets, if it impacts the outcome, I guess I don't know which way to go.
Yeah.
So that's not my expertise.
Do all three of them have impact data included at the end of the process?
Built in someplace, yeah. And I want to make sure, because it's being recorded, I want to make sure I highlight there were some what I believe are misrepresentations of the modified Angoff methodology. Angoff and the variations, all those standard setting methods start with achievement level descriptors, whether it is policy, range, or threshold. You need some type of definition of a target student at a level before you can make judgments about it. So I think that's really important. I would, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I'm trying to understand the development of this test because, you know, what Jeremy said, I think is important, that they developed achievement level descriptors, and then they tried to write items that would elicit student responses at each of those levels. If that's the case, they already have a preliminary idea of which questions students should be able to answer correctly if they're performing in various performance levels. So the standard setting would be to verify that you know, maybe the test developers, the assessment review committee verified that, but you may want to have a standard setting process that further verifies or confirms and doesn't confirm that this particular item a student should be able to get correct if they're at a particular performance level. So I like the intentionality of trying to build an assessment that creates questions that elicit performances at the various performance levels. But I need to confirm that that's how this test was built.
I don't think we verified this, but my suspicion is that we might not have good coverage at each achievement level. based on item alignment, just given the attrition issues we discussed earlier.
So you may have tried to develop that way, but you're not finding that in the actual data. Is that what you're saying? How did you develop the items? What drove the development of the items?
So
Well, this is Rhonda. I'll jump in since
Yeah.
I've been there from the birth. Basically, I would say over the years that we've worked on the assessment development, we have fine-tuned that process. But yes, we have utilized the ALDs the entire way through. So yes, we don't have full coverage for all of it yet, of every proficiency level for every ALD that we have. Again, it's a process. I think we're getting there, and we did lose some, like Chris said, we have lost some things, and we're having to repilot those based on that. But yes, the item writers were given like what standard, what indicator they were writing at, what as well as what ALD, what the focus would be. So, and what level, whether it be college and career benchmark, or if it was developing that item that they were to be writing close to that. So within that set of 5 prompts, 2 or 3 of them might be at that level of developing, and there might be some on grade level as well. So we were trying to get that range absolutely more intentionally, instead of waiting to see what students, okay, who could get that question right. Instead, we were intentionally writing to what students should be able to do at all 3 levels. We were trying to put that across the entire blueprint of the assessment, and targeting and saying, yep, we've given students this opportunity, this. So it got more intentional, Jeff, as we've been working. I'm going to tell you, we're not there. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. It's a process with 3 dimensions and a task and so forth.
Well, I get it. That's helpful. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, my guess is that, and I served on the technical advisory committee for NAEP on standard setting for a while. And part of that advisory committee was to take even a method like NGOF and implement it in different ways with different instructions for the standard setters. And so, and we found, some differences, even within a method, you can be implementing it in different ways. With NGOF in particular, there are lots of different ways to implement NGOF. So, theoretically, you'd like to get more or less the same cut scores regardless of the method, but the implementation can matter a little bit. It may not make a huge difference, but if the cut score is 25 points in one group and 26 points in another group, it doesn't sound like a big difference, but depending on the distribution of your student performance, it could really affect the proportion of students who are proficient or not proficient in your state. So, standard setting is not, there's judgment involved, and it's not absolutely perfect, if you will. There's just because of the judgment that's involved and the methodology that's involved, you just try to pick a method and implement it as carefully as possible. And and the impact data helps you make some adjustments if you need to. But standard setting, I know when someone asked me once, I remember someone asking, what's the squishiest part of psychometrics? And they'll tell you standard setting is a tough thing to get perfect. It's just a judgmental method, and you try to make sure that the systematic process is implemented to reach whatever judgment is going to be reached.
I think
There are some
putting that out there is important, Jeff. I think that's generally my understanding, right? If you put right, the group of people that you put together also has impacts on what happens too, right? So yeah, go ahead, Chad. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, so for these particular methodologies that we're talking about, it's human judgment based, but you have other methodologies there are other standard setting methodologies like the one that was used to recommend your ACT ones that are empirically based. And then there are things like contrasting groups or borderline group that that kind of use the student scores to determine the cut. So for this class of methodologies, test-based judgment methodologies, you're asking a panel to intersect the policy, the content, and then the empirical data that go along with it to make an informed judgment. So in terms of the methodology, one of the things that is typically recommended, and I say typically meaning using Michael Kane's framework on standard setting, is to say, well, what methodology really aligns with the type of assessment? And so for the three methods that are suggested here, modified ANGOF or bookmark or item descriptor, the modified ANGOF is suggesting that there isn't an order effect. Well, there is. It's the order in which the items are presented to the students. So there is actually an ordering consideration cognitively that's made when you're selecting that methodology. For the bookmark or the item descriptor method, the ID matching method, you are basically disentangling the assessment and ordering the score points in a way that are consistent with the easiest to the most difficult. That's intended to try to reduce the cognitive complexity for the panelists by saying, well, until we give you the item map information, you're not necessarily going to know the absolute difficulty, but in a relative sense that what you see first was easier for students and what you see second and what you see third, et cetera. I would say for this particular assessment, I would not be a fan of any of these three methodologies because of the unique, again, we talked about kind of the testlet concept, how the items are kind of connected in these clusters. And so to me, I would use something like, so there are three different methodologies that I would probably consider. One of those being extended ANGOF, which was Plake and Hamilton or Hamilton and Plake 1995 out of Ed Assessment, where it's basically saying, think about each of the tasks as a polytomous set of scores. And then you say, okay, what would a just proficient student do on that, for example? So that way you're kind of treating each of these as an integrated item set, as opposed to trying to pull it apart the way we would do if we did a bookmark, let's say for ELA, where we have the passages, and then if there's multiple items, those items show up separately in your ordered item booklet wherever they scale. So that would be one. Extended ANGOF is fairly easy for panelists to engage with. Second, hi Rick. Second would be something like a dominant profile judgment methodology, which would have been Hamilton, Plake, and Dick Yeager, when you're dealing with complex assessments like this, thinking about it again from kind of that clustering standpoint, to not try to make the assessment look or feel like something it's not for the panelists. And then because Jeff, you mentioned NAEP did something more recently, I think called, they called it the map mark. And the map mark basically did the same thing where they kind of clustered content within domains together, then ordered it empirically within those domains in order to then get kind of separate judgments on each of the domains before putting it together. So each of those, I think, gives you a sense of, okay, well, if part of the uniqueness of the assessment is that we're clustering it around these phenomenon, then I would want again, personally, I would want the panelists to be able to kind of think that way too. If we're asking students to think in a way that's organized around a phenomenon and these tasks that have multiple pieces, I would want their judgments to also consider, well, what are the students thinking about when they're engaged in these different pieces? So that, I am not opposed to item descriptor matching or bookmark, because you can break the assessment up, do that rank ordering. That does provide, I think, some ease for the panelists to deal with. But the way that this particular assessment is designed, I think you might lose something in terms of how these items are clustered together in terms of then what would be expected. And the thing about it, it's like, well, what's kind of expected for each cluster? And then you put the clusters together, that becomes a total that then you can still go back to the panelists with and now evaluate the reasonableness of that total. But to not do that, I think may miss something.
Yeah, the point about the disentangling with the bookmark and the ID, I do worry about that, right? Because it's designed to be together, and then you pull it apart, and you might see the first part of it, then you might see the last, and then you might see a middle question or whatever. It would definitely, I mean, the panelists would get to see the test as a whole, but when you put that bookmark in front of them, I get that point. Thank you.
Just one comment, based what Chad mentioned, there are judgment methods, and then there are other methods of standard setting where you really are basing the cut scores on some external criterion. So for example, I don't know how much people in your state look at the NAEP science scores, but if you have 30% of your students being proficient on NAEP science, you could use that and do some equi-percentile equating and find that cut score in your test and have your test report out something consistent with NAEP in terms of science. What that would require, though, is to go back and look at your achievement level descriptors. You might have to make some adjustments there, but that's that's something to consider. It's certainly in some ways a lot less effort, and you can then have your science tests report out scores that are at least not in conflict and raise a lot of questions with what NAEP is reporting out, or find some other external criterion or criteria, maybe more than just NAEP, that would anchor where you set your cut score. And do, that's more of a, I know with Park, we looked at the percentage of kids who were, since we're making college and career ready determinations, well, what percentage of kids are passing entry-level college credit-bearing courses in their freshman year, looking at those percentages to help us set where the cut score should be. We went through a standard setting process, but you're making some kind of prediction here. If you're saying this is college and career ready, well, what evidence do you bring? Some external data in that would help you establish where that cut generally should be if that's what you're going to do. So that has a little to do with the impact data, but you could forget about all the judgment stuff and pick some criteria that there's general agreement about and do some equi-percentile equating and set your cut score there. I'm just trying to think out of the box a little bit here, because we go through this standard setting and people say, well, if we did it this way or that way or the other way, would it have turned out differently? Possibly. So, there's upside and the downside with the methods you choose.
Yeah.
Good point, Jeff. And good point. Good illustration there with that benchmarking approach using NAEP data.
Just a couple things too. So I've generally, when we've been working in the States, I've used the bookmark method. I think that just was the most common thing back when I was in the assessment offices. But I think it's important to have human judgment in here and not use just impact data, and not to start with impact data, especially with these last couple of years. I've seen the bookmark process for standard setting go fantastic, and I've seen it go absolutely horrible based on when they're informing judgments with impact data, and that really does change human judgment. And my understanding from working in Nebraska and talking in Nebraska, that this is a very local control state, and using only empirical anchors or external data will take away a lot of the educator say in it. I think it's important to anchor it in, maybe what NAEP says, or, what other external points say, but really relying a lot on educator judgment too, I think is going to be important, rather than just impact or external anchors. So I don't have a strong preference on which method is set, because no matter which one you pick, it depends on how well you implement your committees and how you navigate those committees and when you share information with them. A lot of times I can walk into a standard setting and say, pretty sure this is where we want the cuts to be. And at the end of a week, that's exactly where the cuts are. So just is really going to depend on how you run your committees and influence them, in addition to what information and process you use.
Thanks. Great point, Christy. Other comments?
I have a quick question / comment. It just seems to me that given the limitations of the operational portions of our test forms this spring, we should consider a methodology that could leverage all the field test items or many of the field test items rather than looking just at the score distribution this spring. I don't know if that comment makes any sense.
So Chris, if I'm understanding your question or comment is that because of the potential lack of density in the score scale, you're suggesting that a methodology that would supplement the whatever the scores come out with in spring of 22, supplementing that with field test items or items that were even given in 2021 that could then build out greater density along that score scale for the standard setting panel to look at. Is that what you're saying, or?
That's what I'm saying, although now that I hear it said back to me, I guess it just introduces the risk that we set a cut score that's outside of the range of the test that we're operationalizing. So just thinking out loud.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's something to consider because, I mean, if you have the tasks and the items to supplement the scale such that you do have kind of full density, it may give you enough information then that you can take that back to form construction and then build something that helps to maximize decision consistency around those cut scores for it. Because going back to something we said earlier, the capacity of the assessment to support the cuts will be important because from the person and item maps that Jungnan shared earlier, right now, my opinion would be that you could only probably support one cut on the existing form length of the exams. And that if the department needs to set 2 cuts, I don't know that you could do that confidently right now with a low enough conditional standard error that you would be confident in the classification decisions. But you can there's probably enough there to make kind of one solid, like a proficiency level classification decision. But going anything higher than that, or I don't think Nebraska has a lower one, but if to do that more advanced one, I think the standard error around the cut at that upper level would be pretty wide at this point, unless you're able to supplement the scale with other things that would give you greater density in that part of the scale. What else? What else on the standard setting methodology approaches? Any cautions the state should consider?
I keep coming back to my biggest caution is looking at impact data from this year and last year. Just knowing that not only is this not we didn't have normal instruction years, but science, I mean, of all subjects, probably is one of them that fell more to the wayside than ELA and math. So it makes me really nervous to set cut scores moving forward on, you know, unmotivated science data. I mean, I just think it's going to be, I think, relying more on educator judgment and what you were intending to assess and what you expect students to be able to do, rather than what students actually did, is going to be more important this year than it has been in the past.
Jeremy, is it fair to say, though, that Nebraska, most of Nebraska was pretty much business as usual for this year and last year?
Yeah, I think to a high level, that's true. But I think that the comment about the science probably got impacted more than, say, reading or math is probably accurate
fair
as well as, but probably is not as much as we saw in a lot of places. Yeah. We know, you know, school operated a lot. The thing I'd say is there's a lot of students that had impacts on their own opportunity to learn, even when school was in session, right? So we know that that's true as well. It's a heck of a time to try to be setting standards, is what I tell you in general. I felt bad for those states that were a year ahead of us and had to do it just on, because all the data they had was just last year's data. And so running a standard setting in that at that point was difficult, I think, in general. And then trying to help people understand why you were going back and verifying it, even why you would do that, was, I think, is difficult to some extent. So.
And Jeremy, to that point, I'm aware of at least a couple states who have, who, because of that risk of overinterpreting pandemic era data, they establish interim cut scores without looking at impact data, and then purely content anchored with a you know, kind of a commitment to then revisit in a year or so, or a year or two, once they felt that they were getting back to normal instructional practices and opportunity.
Might that, since we wrote the ALDs like pre-pandemic, would that be a way to think about? I mean, I mean, when I think about the ALDs, that they were kind of done without the pandemic and instruction considerations in mind when they were originally written, because that was before any of it started. So those would be a pretty good place, I would think, to go back to. But I do like what you're saying about the other methods of standard setting with and not just the ID matching or whatever.
So I think what Christy was saying, that if you set cut scores this year and use impact data, the standard setters might see high percentage of students not reaching proficiency, for example. Right. And what they'll do is say, well, we can't keep the cut score this high, right? So that their instinct will be to lower, you know, to change their judgments so that the cut score is lowered. Right. So that's the problem right now. Now, if you say business was usual in Nebraska this past year, maybe that's not a problem. But if you think that might be a problem, then you have to take that into consideration as to what you do this year. And if you don't introduce it, and you introduce it later on, and you lower cut scores later on, you know, based on impact data, then people are going to go, what's going on here? You're making, you know, it's all difficult.
Well, it is all difficult. And I think it's compounded by how much harder this test is than our previous test as well. Because we know that the content, the standards are much more rigorous than the previous set of standards. So we know the test is much more rigorous. Yeah, there's a lot of confounding issues, I think, into doing all of this, to be honest.
Christy,
Jeremy,
I wanted to go ahead, Cindy.
Jeremy, are you aware of any district that didn't come back full time? I mean, most of us got rid of remote.
Yeah, so
and full
Omaha went,
schedule.
yeah, Omaha was remote learning the whole first semester, basically, right?
Not this year.
No, last year I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
yeah, so last
We'd
year
be setting
everybody,
them based on 2022, right?
right?
So-
It's going to be based on 2022. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But we do know there are a lot of interruptions to whether they're teachers or students being out. Yeah. But yeah, schools are in session. Yeah, absolutely.
And sorry, I just wanted to give Christy an opportunity. So Christy, you suggested that the state should be cautious in terms of kind of where and how they integrate impact information and interpretation. Do you have any sort of mitigation strategies for them that you could suggest as to what they could do to avoid kind of that like pandemic slide perception?
So I don't have great mitigation strategies. I think it is what it is, right? I mean, we need to not mitigate COVID slide. We need to say we had COVID slide. I mean, this year's fifth graders are going to be tested, and if they don't know what they need to know in science, they're just not going to know it. And we're not going to know if they've been remediated until eighth grade. I think the only real place that rubber hits the road here is kids aren't going to be as well prepared in science this year, and we're not going to know anything for 3 years. On the accountability side, there's always adjustments that can be made, but I don't want to shortchange kids and what they should know and be able to do in science to mitigate what we think is an acceptable proficiency rate, or we think schools should be accountable for. And so it's hard for me to make a suggestion to say do this and have a lower expectation this year than last year, because I don't think I mean, an individual student might want to be deemed proficient in science, but I don't think we want to give the false impression that an individual student is proficient in science. I mean, we just took time to create this fantastic multi-dimensional science test with innovative tasks and items, and then we're going to turn around and tell half or 3/4 of the kids they're proficient on it because impact data comes out and we set this
problem that we have isn't the problem that we have no baseline. We don't know how they did before the pandemic. We have no way of even knowing what the slide was because we have no baseline.
Right. And I think that's kind of my point is you created this test and you wrote these items because this is what you expect students in Nebraska to know and be able to do. So use that information about what you expect students to know and be able to do to determine your proficiency. Don't base it on what students actually currently know, because that's going to give you maybe a lower expectation than what you want them to do. So there has to be some aspiration in how you're setting your cut scores. If you're creating this fantastic science test, and if you are testing it, you obviously expect them to know and be able to do it. So I guess I'm just concerned the way data is going to interplay with what expectations are, because we always default to what is rather than what we want.
And I guess the concern now is that they are so aspirational, we're actually backlashing with kids. Like we're telling a kid right now, or the sense from the kid is, I may be in the 85th percentile, but I'm not college ready, so I should quit even trying to do that. So they're pretty high now, and we can make them aspirational, but I guess I'd want them to be grounded in some kind of reality from the past as well, not just our dreams for the future.
Which may be true, but to take Jeff's point a little further, if you're anchoring it in NAEP science expectations, your proficiency expectation is going to be pretty extraordinarily high. So I guess just looking at all markers that I've seen with science, and I mean, I hate to say it, but science isn't as big of a priority as ELA and math, which is why it's only administered once every grade level, that we might not be doing everything we should be doing in science instruction. So don't set an expectation that's what we are currently doing in science instruction. Set the expectation where, if you expect kids to know and be able to do this, set an expectation where kids are knowing and doing it. Like, that's all I'm saying is don't sell kids short on science because of what's currently happening.
What will happen is they will sell themselves short. They will think I'm not good at science if it's off kilter from the others, and then reduce the number of science courses that they take.
So, and not to argue at this point, but I hope they would look at that and be like, hey, I didn't get the science instruction I deserved in 5th grade or in 8th grade. Maybe I need to take a different science class or have a better science teacher. So I guess it's just flipping it from the kids' point of view too, is, it's how we communicate. And we're, it's hard to say we didn't do a good job providing in science instruction, but just because a kid doesn't do well in science doesn't mean it's the kid's fault. Maybe they just weren't taught the science content is all I'm saying. Is just from the kid's point of view.
And I think NAEP, NAEP prior to pandemic is probably the best opportunity for some sort of mitigation of baseline. Only because if the perception was the previous science assessment wasn't sufficiently rigorous, then I wouldn't even use archival Nebraska science assessment data for that, because that doesn't seem to fit well with this kind of huge step up in terms of design and quality of your current science, or you're still in process of building science assessment. So, okay. I know we have to look on, I know we're a few minutes past. Why don't we go ahead, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was just, could we either skip the break or just do a 5-minute break to give everybody just a chance to stretch and then come back? Could we do that?
That's what I was going to suggest, 5 minutes for folks to get up, refresh on coffee, use the bathroom or whatever, and then try to get back so that we don't hold other colleagues up. So let's try to come back here at, it's 1:12 on the East Coast. So just after 12:12 in Central Time.
Okay, and then we'll hear about the alternate assessment with science. So that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. give everybody just a moment to come back, and then we'll welcome Rick.
Rick, are you share? Do you have things to share? If you do, you can go ahead and do so if you want to.
Okay, great. I'll do that right now. I just have a quick PowerPoint to drive some of the discussion. Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
You just
perfect.
Give Jeff oh, there he is.
Oh, all right.
He's back.
I'll get out of the way and let Chad do his thing. I don't have anything else to say, so if we're ready.
Yeah, I was going to say just very quickly, we're going to move into our last agenda topic for the day, and this is the plan for the NSCAS alternate science standard setting. And with us, we have Rick Mercado with DRC. And Rick, you're going to you said you have a short presentation and some questions for us.
I do, and thank you to the entire TAC for making time. I recognize our time is short, so I'll get to it. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the alternate science test. I'll give a little background and then talk about the proposed standard setting. In the advanced documents that were sent to you, there was a design. I'll give you some of the highlights of that too. This really builds on the discussion that you just had about the standard setting for the general assessment. I think we'll be able to use some of the same ideas. Just to orient you to what we have, I'm going to describe a three-stage standard setting process. None of these stages are particularly new or different, but it's a way of making transparent the different pieces of standard setting process that include human judgment, looking at the knowledge and skills that are expected of students in each achievement level, and thinking about the policy implications, what it really means to be in one of three levels. So just some background. In the summertime, we plan a standard setting for the state science assessments in grades 5 and 8 and 11. As has already been described, we have new science content standards that came out a few years ago, and they've been extended to this population that we're discussing. This is students who have significant cognitive disabilities. So those new indicators, I believe, were actually created in 2019, but were promulgated last year-ish. 2020, maybe somewhere around there. And this coming assessment is going to be the first one that in an operational way measures those extended indicators. To give you a little more information about the test, and I will readily admit that I wrote this slide while you were discussing the general assessment. Here's some information about the test. So this is for students who have the most significant cognitive disabilities. We're dealing with three grades, 5, 8, and 11. Each test form has 25 to 28 operational test items. They're all single point select a response. There's an example item here that's taken from the practice materials. It's actually aligned to the old standards, I believe, but it shows off the format of the test, where a teacher sits with a student and reads a STEM, and there are answer choices that are presented on screen or, if needed, on paper, and the student chooses an answer. So just to give you a little more information, there are 8 field test items on each of 2 forms for each grade. So each individual student is given between 33 and 36 items, depending on the grade. And we have a few more field test items that are available to standard setting if we need them. All the tests use the Roche model. And relatively few students take this test, of course. About 225, 250 students take the test per grade. That will come into play later on when we talk about the proposed method for the standard setting. So not a whole lot of students there. I'm going to pause right there to see if there are any questions on the general format of the test. Anything I might have missed? No. Then I'll truck on ahead. In the design, we describe a 3-stage standard setting process, and they're shown here: benchmark review, standard setting, and cut score review. Truth be told, these stages are used for nearly all standard settings that are done these days, but we just wanted to make it very transparent. In the previous discussion, you had mentioned that there is an innate challenge in setting standards this year or last year for the poor states that had to do that, and we recognize that too. I'll describe each of these stages in turn, but ultimately we're using this process is informed by evidence-based standard setting design from Clark and colleagues from a few years ago, where we're really going to start collecting validity evidence throughout this entire standard setting approach. In general background, we recognize that the names of the achievement levels may be adjusted, and I just that came up earlier today. So, these are the achievement level names that currently exist, I believe, below standards, meets and exceeds. The general has, developing on track, college and career ready. So we recognize those could change, and we will look to the department for updates if needed. As well as updates to the policy descriptors. Speaking of descriptors, later on this spring, there will be an online standard setting, or excuse me, PL, excuse me, descriptor writing event where Nebraska educators will come together and will look at some draft documents, we'll react to them, we'll review them, revise them, amplify them, and create range descriptors. Those will be used at the standard setting. All right, so that will happen in the spring, early spring, I should say. And that leads us to a pre-workshop benchmark review. I think of standard setting as, there's two Venn diagrams. There is a set of standards that reflect the knowledge and skills that are expected of students in each level. All right, you get sets of cut scores that meet those criteria. And then you have sets of cut scores that meet policy-based criteria, like what the state, what the public really expect in terms of the results of the test. What kinds of results from the test are plausible. And at the center of that Venn diagram is where we want to be at the end of the day if we can. So in order to give us a head start on those conversations, the pre-workshop benchmark review is designed to allow the department, and if desired, a few extra folks to come together and talk about what some of the plausible standard setting results might be, really to look at any available benchmark data from other tests that might inform the standard setting process, to look to see what kinds of results are reasonable. For example, in the last conversation about the general assessment, it came up, I think very reasonably, that the content standards have gotten more rigorous in this latest revision. So we might expect that the results on the revised test, the updated test, would look more stringent than previous years. That might be one assumption. The purpose of this pre-workshop benchmark review is really to make those kinds of assumptions more transparent, to bring them up, and also to create, if possible, a set of benchmarks that might be shared with standard setting panelists. So this group might come together and say, yes, we expect the results of the test to have, between 30 and 50% of students in that meets level in the middle. Or it might say, we expect it to be harder than we had in previous years by such percentage of a percentage of students. Make some statements that might help put standard setting judgments in context. We recommend this should be a small group of 4 to 6 people. It may just be the department. It may be the department plus a few other stakeholders like superintendents, like TAC members, just someone to come together to think about what these benchmarks might be. I will say the big question that we had for the TAC is about these benchmark data, because there aren't that many for alternate assessments, especially alternate science. So these are a few that we could think of for to use. For example, we could look at the results from the science assessments for this testing program from previous years, even if it had a different name. We could look at the ELA and math results for the current or previous years. We could look at general science results for current or previous years. We don't have anything analogous necessarily to NAEP or ACT, but those values might be useful as well. Ultimately, I think this panel may be tasked with thinking what benchmark data might be the most appropriate for the standard setting group. Okay. So I see some nods there. I'll ask, do you have any immediate thoughts on this question? No? Then I'll cook on along. If I have the mic, please. No? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Rick. I was
Sure.
going to jump in on that. And
Yeah.
I was curious about, and again, I think this may be more for the department, but the previous alternate assessment science results, would they have the same sort of challenge as what we discussed with the general science results, and it not being like that they're so different than what the current standards are that you wouldn't want to use it as a benchmark
Yeah,
because
I would say there were large changes here in the standards as well, right? So even writing the extended indicators was difficult because we're trying to get to a level for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. I think we did a great job of trying to do that for these students and trying to, make attainable or, achievable standards or indicators for them to work towards. But definitely there is much more rigor in these standards. You see the same reflection. Yeah.
Would the ELA and the mathematics be better potential points of benchmarking, interpretation, or comparability for the science alternate?
I would say probably so. Yeah, the current. Yeah.
Okay. Rick, that's what I was kind of thinking too, is of those, that one in that second bullet may give you something as benchmarks, at least to think about the alternate as a system.
That helps. I like that too, especially if we're thinking of, like you said, these tests all as part of a system that are trying to give consistent signals to educators, using those ELA and math as come inspiration. Not saying that the results have to be the same in science, especially because science has gotten harder, but at least giving some kind of inspiration. Yeah.
So one idea,
yes,
probably not that easy to do or feasible, is to actually look at some recent graduates from Nebraska high schools who were identified as significantly cognitively impaired and see what they're doing and look at how they did on Nebraska science tests in the past. I mean, that's all, because you're trying to make, I think that's where this is going a little bit, is can we make some prediction about, if you scored a particular level on this science assessment, can you gain some meaningful employment, for example? And be able to look back. So, the extent to which that kind of research could be done would be I think that would be really useful information. But I know the feasibility of doing those kinds of studies is difficult, but if there's a chance to do some follow-up.
That would be a great way to do that. I don't know if we could do it or not, but your point's well made.
No, thanks for that. And I especially like that idea of, as we've been trying to do for the last few years with these assessments, trying to extend that idea of college and career readiness for students in this population. And like you said, doing some actual empirical research to draw connections between the tests.
Evidence. You're looking for, this is
evidence, yeah.
Design.
Yeah, and the extended standards too do a nice job of trying to put these standards in real world applications for these particular students, right? And to say it's not just the theoretical, it's how do we actually operationalize these concepts in day-to-day lives of students with the most cognitive or significant cognitive disabilities. And they've done a pretty good job of that, I would say, in many ways.
A lot of these students too are being served till they're 21. So there might be a way to reach out and just ask, how they felt about things.
That's a good point too, Sharon.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I like that. And just going back to your comment, Jeff, that it may or may not be something that we can do this year to inform this standard setting, but it sounds like no matter what we do, we're going to have to collect validity evidence on these achievement standards for the next several years. And that may be, like those previous comments, that may be something that we can do going forward, following students who take the grade 11 test and following them for the next few years as they receive services, if we can. Yeah. Just to continue on, because our time is short, I want to give you some ideas of what we had proposed for the standard setting. We propose having 3 groups come together, one for each grade. So one group of 8 to 12 people looking at grade 5 and 8 and 11 to go through the standard setting process. I'll say that there is another option. We could go with 2 groups instead of 3, and some other states have chosen to do this. If we go with that approach, the entire group would collaborate on grade 8, set standards on grade 8, and then subdivide and finish off the process by recommending standards for grades 5 and 11. This may work because we're dealing with special ed practitioners who often teach students of different ages and grades. And it's something that gives the committee some experience in the standard setting technique and lets them go through the process twice. Ultimately, we do recommend having 3 separate groups, I think, mostly just for convenience, to make sure that each person only has to go through the process once. Cognitively, we know it's taxing to go through any standard setting technique. And also it brings more people into the conversation. It gives us more seats at the table for the standard setting. We recommend that most participants should be special ed practitioners. And it's an odd statement to have to say that for a special ed test. But we recommend that most participants should have current or recent experience in the classrooms, particularly self-contained special ed classrooms where students who take this test often receive services. This may be direct student, giving direct student services, or it could be coaching other teachers. Ultimately, they should also have an affiliation with a state school. There also could be other general ed teachers included in the mix. 1 or 2 per group might help the entire committee better understand the connection between the extended indicators and the general ed standards. And other stakeholders could be included if desired, like building or system level administrators. But ultimately, everyone at the standard setting should have knowledge of the tested content and population. To hit that second point, we recognize even special ed practitioners often need reminding of who actually takes these tests. So as part of our process, we always build in a good half-hour conversation, just talking about who takes this test, how this population is diverse in itself. Please.
The point I made before, why not include some employers when these folks graduate from high school, leave high school, leave their secondary experience, what are they doing? And include some of the people who actually work with these folks once they're out of school.
That's a great idea to work with, either employers or perhaps to extend your idea to work with folks.
If someone doing post-secondary training of some sort, because just as we sometimes include folks from higher education in standard setting for our high school tests, and this might be more true for the 11th grade standard setting than the 5th and 8th grade standard setting.
Yeah, we do have some specialized programs that maybe we could incorporate where they're looking specifically to try to help students with these particular ability levels. Yeah, gain employment or absolutely. It's good call.
Project search coaches.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was thinking of.
The great ideas. No, I love that. And especially as that, again, that building that analogy between the college and career ready. What happens next after grade 11? Great. All right. Thanks for that. In the design, we recommend using the yes-no Angoff procedure, or Angoff yes-no if you prefer. This procedure is recommended for a few reasons. Going to a comment Chad made earlier about the general ed assessment. I also agree that choosing the standard setting technique has to do with the test itself and the type of question you're asking educators in order to get cut score recommendations. Here on this test, all the items are standalone. That is, they are not clustered in with shared stimuli. And also, just one thing, the sample item on this test is also aligned to the old standards. It shows off the format of the test, but not the actual items. There's, if you know, there's more science in the new science items, if that makes sense. So going back, the second reason we recommend Angoff, a modification of Angoff as opposed to an item mapping method like bookmark or ID matching, is because of the relatively low number of students who take each test. If we were to create an ordered item booklet like bookmark or ID matching would require, the ordering of the items might shift if we were to recreate an ordered item booklet in a year or two. Because of the small number of students who take each test, that ordering may not be robust over time. And because of that, it could create, it could threaten the validity of the cut scores in terms of generalizing the cut scores to future forms of the test. So for that reason, we recommend using a technique that doesn't rely on an ordered item booklet. And yes, no ANGOF, we know is a modification of modified ANGOF, that a modification of the modified that is more cognitively simple. It still has cognitive challenges for participants, but it is one way to make the process a little simpler. So I think just also to close out the thought, the way that we typically operationalize modified ANGOF and yes, no ANGOF is to have people really sit and discuss the achievement level descriptors, discuss the range ALDs, and then sit down and develop threshold ALDs. That's descriptions of students who are just at the cusp of each level. So for example, a student who's just in the meets level, and then use that knowledge to study each item on the test and ask themselves, would I expect a student who is just in the meets level to answer this question correctly, yes or no? And we use that as each judgment. So I'll pause right there. Any questions, thoughts, concerns?
Rick, are you going to talk about impact data on a follow-up slide, or?
I sure am, but
Okay.
it'll be more implicitly. I'll just say that to show off a few things, we do use electronic tools to help the standard setting go along. We recognize that most students will take this test using a computer. Their teacher will log into a system to see the test items, and then they will see that as a computer. We want to show off the items the same way. We'll also collect student participant judgments that way. In terms of impact data and benchmarks, this is what we had in mind. The yes, no ANGOF process will have 3 rounds of judgment. In each round, a participant makes an independent judgment, that is looking at each item, thinking about each threshold student, and deciding those yes, no judgments. We expect that impact data would be shown after round 2. That is, participants go through 2 rounds of the process before that last round, before they see impact data. And that gives us some options. The first is when to show benchmarks. So for example, we recommend that in round 1, participants make judgments using only the items in front of them and the ALDs, of course. So really just focus on content, using the content alone. What should the cut scores be? And we recognize, that there's a lot going on in that process. After each round, then we want to give participants more information to help them contextualize their recommendations. If there are benchmarks that can be expressed as raw scores, they could be shown after round 1. So for example, we could tell participants after round 1, hey, as a committee, your recommended meets cut score is around 15 points correct. And hey, did you know if you were to recommend a cut score of 17, the percent of students that are classified as meets and above on this test would be similar to ELA? Something like that. That would help contextualize the recommended cut scores for participants. After round 2, we would also propose showing impact data. To your point, Chad, showing impact data this year, last year, next year is going to have its own special challenges because we have seen ourselves. Some teachers have will be tempted to say, hey, it's been rough these last few years, and they're right. And hey, we should lower the achievement standards in order to compensate. Now, of course, we don't want them to do that. We want them to use the extended indicators as their main guide for standard setting. But we recognize if you show the percentage of students that are in each level, participants are going to think of it that way, even if it's fleeting. So when we show those impact data, we want to give them some advice. So the first thing that we do is to advise them that the content should be their primary lever, their primary decision-making tool. And the second, if there are benchmarks that we can show that are expressed as percentages, impact data, we could show it there to say, hey, based on your round 2 cut scores, we would expect to see about 42% of students as mates or above. And if you look at the results of math for this population, it's 41%, so that's very close. So I'm going to pause right there. Ask any questions, thoughts, suggestions?
So on the impact data, because you mentioned earlier that you were a little concerned about the stability of the item parameters for doing ordering for like a bookmarker or ID matching or something, do you have any concerns about sharing the impact data from a stability standpoint, not even like taking into the COVID effect, but just from a stability of the difficulty information that you'd provide.
I think that to your point, there is a challenge of showing impact data for this population at any time, just because we're dealing with so few students. And because of the COVID effect, I think the way that we would have to frame those impact data is by saying, we don't know if these impact data will be generalizable to future years, but it's the best data that we have right now. And we have to contextualize it that way. Yeah, taking your point to heart, if we don't have, if we have multiple layers of concern about showing the impact data, would it make sense to further further downplay those data, not downplay those data, but encourage participants to place less emphasis on those data. And the way that, one way to do that in standard setting, of course, would be to show impact data later on in the process. So perhaps after round 3 before some kind of final policy group. Yeah.
And the benchmarks here, is that where you are potentially bringing in data like we had talked earlier about possibly coming from ELA or mathematics? Would that come in here or would that come in separately?
I think it would come in here. I would suggest that whenever we show impact data in the process, there should be some way of contextualizing it. Otherwise, people's imaginations will run wild. So if we show impact data after round 3, for example, show, like you said, the ELA or math impact data perhaps would be a good comparison for that as well. Yeah. I think that does give us good food for thought, though. Would it make sense to push the impact data later on in the process? I'll say we do have an advantage that we, and I'll talk about very briefly, I recognize we're over time, but very briefly in a moment, of a post-workshop policy group coming together to review the cut scores. There is an opportunity to push impact data later on to the process to keep this standard setting technique more content focused, if that is desirable.
I have a quick question about the descriptors, and Jeremy implied that these have changed, but for a while, we would get students on alternate assessment who would be categorized in the college and career ready category. And if that, first of all, tell me if that's been changed and is no longer the case. And second, I think that'll have an impact, I think, psychologically on the impact data if it's presented that way, because it's always been difficult to kind of say, all right, this child who is in a life skills program is classified as college and career ready, whereas other students who do very well on nationally normed tests are not.
So typically speaking, the proficiency levels or the achievement levels have mirrored in title between the general assessment and the alternate assessment. That's one of the, in general, one of the expectations from federal peer review is that you have 2 lines of assessment and they mirror each other as closely as they can, even though they're 4 different populations of students. And so I don't know, I personally don't know if you can change the names of those between them. I'm also not sure if you want to policy wise, but I acknowledge that there can be misinterpretation about what that particularly means for students, right?
What I would think, if that's shown in the impact data, they're not going to inflate this, because they're going to say, wow, it wouldn't be an appropriate label to say the student is college and career ready.
Yeah, I think it goes to the point that Jeff was mentioning earlier about thinking about college and career ready for this population of students as opposed to a more generalizable population of students, I think is important as well. So once again, really important why we get the right people in the room to understand this particular who takes this particular test. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the naming of the achievement levels should stick to the extent to which the student was able to demonstrate the standards. So they didn't meet the standards, they met the standards, they exceed, that's okay. As soon as you get into talking about predictive information, the student's college and career ready or ready for the next grade level, or whatever you may want to say, unless you've done the research to make that claim, it's difficult.
Yeah.
So I would stick to, call it level 1, 2, 3, call it
Right.
meet.
Simplify it and to downplay those predictive nature. Yeah, I totally maybe have learned that lesson. I hope. I don't know.
Oh, no, thanks for that. I'm just taking those two pieces. Then I agree that there are certain level names that suggest a kind of prediction that we're not really hitting with this kind of study. And to the previous point, Cindy and Jeremy, I agree. It's necessary, especially in the high school grades, to talk about what college and career ready means, especially if it's going to be used as a level name or in the policy descriptor, of what that really means for this population. Yeah. Just to cook along and to close things out, I do want to say we do plan a cut score review after the standard setting. And again, this could be the department. It could be the department plus a few phone a friends. It could be the department plus a couple of table leaders from the standard setting. But the goal is to review the standard setting recommendations and, if needed, to recommend adjustments. So we want to call out this process because this is an explicit policy-based process that is designed to interpret the recommendations from the standard setting. We recognize many standard settings, I should say with very few standard settings do we leave saying the cut score absolutely needs to be at this cut score and nothing else. Usually there is some kind of not ambiguity, but there is a distribution of recommendations. And so we want to be able to use those recommendations and look at the benchmarks and make a recommendation to the department. Ultimately, our hope is that the department will be able to act on that recommendation as opposed to having to make adjustments on its own after the standard setting. But the goal would be to look at those recommendations to talk about how similar or different the recommendations are than the benchmarks that were previously identified, to talk about why the differences might exist, and to make a recommendation to the department. So, yeah.
And the one thing I'll just clarify is then that recommendation then goes to the state board for final approval, right? So that's part of the process in there. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah. That you gave that, certainly around this kind of process, there's a standard error, there's an error, there's a measurement error around the process itself.
Absolutely.
There's an error with the test itself. So, as long as the range of cut scores that a policy group will can make, that it should be defined by that error in the process, if you will.
Yeah.
I think that makes it more defensible later on than someone willy-nilly just saying, well, that's too high or too low.
That makes perfect sense. And to that group, we can definitely plan to bring those standard error information. Standard, like you said.
Absolutely agree with that, Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, that's basically the entire process that we've put in the design. And I recognize we're going scandalously over time, so I want to leave you time to finish out the meeting as well. But in this design, we've really put forward this 3-phase activity, not because we want to add more rigmarole or more to the process, just because we want to write more in our technical reporting, but instead it's really to make transparent the types of conversations that happen at most any standard setting, making some assumptions and judgments before the standard setting about how standard setters might be given information to put their recommendations in context, the standard setting itself, and then after the standard setting, looking at standard setting results with the benefit of all the data available.
And one thing I'll add, Rick, is that, and I really appreciate that, being somebody that has to answer questions about cut scores and how cut scores are developed, being explicit and transparent about how that is done ahead of time is super important, and being able to stick to that and say, this is what happened and this is how it was done is super important from my perspective, because I think it's easy for us, as we get away, the further we get away from a standard setting, to forget how it was done and to question that later on. So I appreciate the explicit nature of that.
Right. No, thank you. And I think this conversation so far has given us a lot of great food for thought, and we'll fuel some of our conversations that we'll have going forward. Just to recap some of the big ones. One is talking with the committee about the population that takes the test, what it means to be college and career ready, and thinking about the connections between especially the high school test and future outcomes, trying to either leverage some of the data that we have now or make plans for future studies. We want to think deeply about when and how we want to show the impact data at the standard setting, to consider, downplaying it by putting it farther on in the process, by putting creating special messages to wrap around the standard setting. And we also want to validate some of our assumptions about our parameters and the data that we have from the standard setting writ large. What kinds of claims can we make about the data that we have in 2022 to standard setting participants? That way they kind of know some of the caveats about the data that we collect.
Excellent.
All right.
Any other comments or input that the department want to share? If not, Rick, thank you so much again.
Thank you everyone for making time. Appreciate it.
All right. Jeremy, any sort of, I think that was our last agenda topic. And so any sort of closing words, comments for the group?
Just thank you for sticking with us as we went over time. As anybody can tell you, I'm terrible at understanding how long any of this will ever take. I keep getting better, I think, but we appreciate your time. If you do have a thought afterwards that you think, hey, I want to throw that out to us, just send me an email with that. We will be in touch. Really appreciate your time and your thoughtfulness and the input that we got for today in these topics, because they will definitely impact our thinking as we move forward and make decisions. So we appreciate you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, and your timing was really good. I didn't do a good job of keeping us on track today. So you were within margin of error of what you needed. I let us go too long on some stuff, but we'll fix that next time. All right. Thanks to everybody from the department, from our colleagues at NWEA and DRC for joining. And again, welcome, Christy, to the Nebraska TAC. And thanks to you, Cindy, Jeff, and then Linda in absentia for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody. Jeremy. We'll be back in touch. Take care.
Sounds good. Bye all.